We did that because we didn't want anybody to feel
We don't want
like special Wi-Fi. So here's the laptop. Right, so you sit on the end.
Okay.
Here's the clicker. There's a monitor there, and you can use that monitor too.
Okay, good. Okay.
So-
Is there? Okay, then I'm actually going to look at some of my own slides while I talk.
Sure, feel
so-
free. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, you're at the end. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Keep looking back. Because that'll be bad. Yesterday was so funny. Sandy Mom was like, "What did I send you? See that?"
Thank you. You know, a cup of coffee with like a thing of sugar and a little milk. Yeah, a little cream. Thank you. Do I look like I need help? Little. I am feeling a little zombie. Like, nice work with the tweeting yesterday. Very active. I've never had so many notifications. I haven't. I couldn't even. That was, yeah. right, I think we're going to go ahead and get started in about a minute, so if everybody could kind of get their stuff and get seated. About 20 minutes. Hey, okay, they've got the signs there. Can we give you a sign in 5 minutes? But we're not going to be, cracking the whip. We have an hour and a half to get hired. So it'll be fine. And yeah, they did say, like, I mean, that's where well, just follow the signs then. Yeah, they said to try to avoid like staring at the computer that's staring at us right here, but whatever. Okay, I've already got you in the wrong order, so there we go. All right. Thank you, everyone, for getting up bright and early to join us this morning for the second day of the CAPSEE conference. You will be rewarded for getting here on time this morning by an excellent panel with three, I expect what will be 3 very engaging presentations. So I'm just going to briefly introduce our panelists, and then without further ado, we will jump right in. So I was teasing the panelists. I was thinking of introducing them in the order of the number of degrees that they have from Harvard. I'll give you a hint. They all have at least one, and you can dig in your bios if you're curious. Okay, so first presentation will be from John Friedman, who's an associate professor of economics and international affairs and public policy at Brown University. He also, from 2013 to 2014, worked as a special assistant to the president for economic policy at the National Economic Council in the White House. And his research utilizes large administrative databases to yield policy-relevant insights on a wide range of topics, including education, taxation, retirement, and healthcare. And you're going to see an example of some of that work shortly. Next up, we have David Deming, a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School and the Harvard Graduate School of Education, also a research associate at the National Bureau of Economic Research. His research focuses broadly on the economics of skill development, education, and the labor market, and he's going to be talking today about some of his research on the for-profits. And then finally, we have Harry Holzer, the John Lafarge Jr. Professor of Public Policy at Georgetown University and an Institute Fellow at the American Institutes of Research in Washington, D.C. He's a former chief economist for the U.S. Department of Labor and a former professor of economics at Michigan State University. He's been a very prolific scholar whose work has focused on disadvantaged American workers and their employers, as well as on education and workforce issues and labor market policy. And he's going to be talking today about improving outcomes for disadvantaged post-secondary students. Okay, so we'll have each of our panelists, we'll talk for about 20 minutes, and then we will look forward to having a Q&A with the audience.
Great, well thanks Judy for that introduction, and thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. So this morning, I'm going to talk about some recent work connecting colleges and intergenerational mobility. But before kind of getting into that specific matter, I think it's very useful to start with this graph, which is, presents intergenerational mobility through a single statistic over the past half century. So what we're showing here is the probability that a kid born in any year from 1940 to 1985 earned more once they grew up than their parents did at similar ages. And, inflation adjusted, whatever. So you can do this in a lot of different ways. But the key point here is that this used to be very, very high. Something like 90% of kids born in the 1940 cohort earned more than their parents did, and that's now fallen to basically 50-50 odds. And I think this is, for our work, a motivating feature. We need to understand why this is happening and what are the potential policy solutions that can help start to reverse this trend. And that's what led us to an interest in colleges, because it's clear that colleges at least have the great potential to enhance intergenerational mobility in the US, and then it's up to the data to see whether they're actually doing that. So what we're going to do in this paper is try to look at a college-by-college level to understand, at least for starters in this paper, from an accounting standpoint, what each college is doing towards intergenerational mobility. I think that on the one hand, there's great potential. We know that at least at some colleges, there are potentially very high returns, which provide a pathway for kids out of low-income economic insecurity. At the same time, access to especially some of the very elite colleges is very limited for students and even outstanding students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And so putting those two forces together, it's not really clear how that will work out. So what we're going to do specifically is use de-identified data covering about 30 million students to construct statistics on the distribution of parents' incomes, and then link to that the distribution of kids' incomes for the full joint income distribution at every single individual college in the United States. And we have posted all of these statistics, which kind of build on the college scorecard, online. So you can download basically everything that I'm going to show you in this talk at this college-specific level. Obviously, there's a great deal of detail that I will not get to, but I encourage you to take a look at the data. Now, we are not going to identify the causal effect of attending a given school. We're not going to try to do that. So what do? We're going to identify certain colleges that we're going to call high mobility rate colleges. These are colleges that have surprisingly good outcomes and a surprisingly high fraction of students from low-income backgrounds. And so together, it looks like they must be doing something right. And then we'll try to figure out what it is that they're doing right. And these colleges tend to be some, but not all, mid-tier selective colleges. It's not the Harvards of the world. It's not even the state flagship schools. It's more like the CUNY schools, the Cal State schools, University of Texas, El Paso, that type of thing. So I'm going to just give this once up front so we can just kind of dive right into some of the results, but just a couple of key definitions for our incomes here. For parents, we're going to use average income for the 5 years when the child is between 15 and 19. It's household income just averaged over the years. For kids, we're going to use something slightly different. We want to get them as old as possible to make sure that we see their permanent labor market outcomes and not something that's temporarily low as they're transitioning into the labor force or out of graduate school. So we're going to look at incomes as measured in our last year of data, 2014, where our key cohorts are 32 through 34. And it turns out that this is old enough so that incomes have really stabilized in the particular sense we're going to use it. We're going to present rank incomes. So we're going to take each kid and rank them relative to all other kids in the same cohort, and then present the percentile as the measure of outcome. So incomes in the 30s are still rising quite steeply, but the percentile ranks have largely stabilized on average. And then we're going to do the same thing for the parents. We're going to rank all parents against all other parents with kids in the same cohort. So like I was born in the 1980 cohort, my parents will be ranked against all other parents with kids in the 1980 cohort for my data. So what do we get? I'm going to show you findings in 4 different groups. First, I'm going to talk about student access. Then I'm going to talk about student outcomes. Then I'm going to talk about the mobility rates, combining these two. And then I'll talk about changes over time. So first of all, access. Here's the type of thing we can do with our data. This is the distribution of parent incomes at Harvard University. We've got the 5 quintiles. And just to give you a sense, the bottom quintile is parents with incomes on average below $25,000, again, on average over 5 years. And the top quintile, you have to earn on average more than about $110,000 over 5 years. And what you see is that there are relatively few students from poor backgrounds at Harvard compared to the top quintile, and it's not just the top quintile, but we can look much more finely because of the detail in the data. So for instance, we can see that there are 15% of students from the top 1% of families that's earning more than about $500,000 on average over 5 years. And you could even go further out and see that there are about 3% of kids from the top 0.1%, so that's earning more than $3 million a year on average over 5 years. So this is fine. Harvard is very representative of elite schools, but I think where we really see the differences is comparing across different types of schools. And here's where we really see the differences in access pop out. So here's just the same graph for Harvard, the 5 quintiles, and you can compare that to UC Berkeley, where there are about 10% of kids from poor backgrounds, SUNY Stony Brook, where there are about 16% of kids from poor backgrounds, and then Glendale Community College, which is a community college in Los Angeles as part of the California system, where there are about 33, 34% of kids from these poor backgrounds. So what we see here is that there's just an enormous difference across schools in the income distributions of the parents, and it turns out that if you calculate the segregation of poor students across colleges, it's the same as the segregation of poor students across neighborhoods in the average American city. So that is to say that colleges as a whole are as income segregated as the average American city, which is quite highly segregated for those of you familiar with this literature. So now let's look at the outcomes. And again, I think what's important in our data is that we can look at not just average outcomes, but also track the outcomes of students from different backgrounds. And so we do that here in this graph. Now I'm going to switch to Columbia University to honor the CAPSEE organization here. So here I've got the distribution of parent incomes, just the same in the bars across. But then the dots are measuring the outcomes of kids from each parent income quintile. So for instance, the dot all the way on the left is the outcomes for kids from the poorest quintile of families. And the particular statistic that I'm presenting here is the fraction of students that get into the top 20% of the kids' income distribution, which is earning more than about $60,000 in 2014. So I think the key fact that jumps out from us here is that no matter what your family background, once you arrive at Columbia, everyone is basically getting a similar outcome once they get to be in their mid-30s. It's a little bit higher for kids from rich families and poor families, but it's really not that much higher. And this is very representative, not just of what's going on at elite schools, but at really almost all schools across the country. You see the similar, very flat relationship between student outcomes and family background within college. And so I think this was quite surprising to us. I think there are many reasons why you might think that some of the same advantages that help get students into a place like Columbia would also give them additional advantages once they get out of Columbia, but that doesn't really seem to be the case, at least using incomes. And the top 20% is also not particularly important. You can use many different measures of income outcomes and you get the same thing. So how does this compare across schools? So now I'm going to go to the mobility rate and try to combine these two forces. And to do that, as an example, I'm going to use Columbia and compare it to SUNY Stony Brook. So this is a nice comparison because they're both kind of relatively selective schools. They're both in New York. So it holds constant a bunch of the issues that you might think that would come up between a school in New York and a school somewhere else. And what we see, first of all, we see the same very flat slope of outcomes with respect to parent background at SUNY as we did at Columbia. But then when we compare the two key parts of mobility, right, it matters how many poor students you have coming in the door and then what is happening with those poor students when they leave. We see that students from Columbia on average have a higher chance of getting into the top 20%, but it's not that much higher. And then when you compare the fraction of kids that come from poor families, we see there are 3 or 4 times more such kids at SUNY than at Columbia. And so I think this is a comparison, it is obviously a very stark comparison, but it's very representative of the types of differences we see across schools, where you might think that there would be a very strong relationship trading off outcomes and access, where as one moved down the selectivity ranking, you would see more and more access for kids from poor families, lower and lower outcomes, and you kind of wouldn't really be able to break that trade-off. This is an example where, again, it's not like there's no trade-off, but the total fraction of kids of their student body that SUNY Stony Brook is bringing from the bottom and then putting into the top is going to be much, much larger than Columbia because the outcomes are relatively similar, but there are so many more poor kids coming in the door to begin with. So just to formalize that, we're going to take these two statistics. First, the access, which is just the fraction of kids from the bottom quintile. And second, the outcomes, what fraction of those kids from poor families make it into the top quintile. Think about that, so that's about 51% and 16% in these data. And to think about intergenerational mobility, you're basically going to want to combine those two. You want to multiply those two forces together. So in this example for SUNY, the mobility rate, which is the combination of these two, is 8.4%. That's saying that 8.4% of SUNY students both come from poor families and end up at the top of the kids' income distribution. And we can now see how this varies across all the different colleges in the country. So to do that, we're going to show you a scatter plot like this, where we have access on the x-axis, and we have outcomes on the vertical axis. So here are the two dots that from the schools I just showed you. And we see that it's not that the key visual comparison here is that SUNY is largely just to the right of Columbia. It's not that far below Columbia, because you want to have both of these things, so you want to be going up and to the right. And the fact that you seem to be able to move significantly to the right without going down that far is visually how we see that we can kind of break this trade-off. So we can fill in, here's all the other dots of schools in the country. I won't go through exactly what all these are. You can look them all up online. But what you see is that while, of course, there is a trade-off on average, there are a significant number of schools like SUNY that seem to be able to break out of this trade-off and both provide relatively excellent outcomes for their students and admit a very large share of kids from poor families. So what are these schools that really are standing out up and to the right, these high mobility rate schools that I mentioned up front? So here's the list of the top 10. And they are schools which some of them have a more technical focus. Some of them are in very high paying cities. But for the most part, they're just, Cal State LA, the top school on our list, it's, just the kind of mid-tier public school in LA. It's not very special in some way where they're like, oh, there must be something weird going on there. And what we see here, so SUNY Stony Brook is third on this list, and we see that all these schools have substantially higher mobility rates than either Columbia or Ivy Plus schools or other colleges in the US. So just to rule out a few basic mechanical things that I think one might think could be driving this in a way that would be a little bit misleading. So first of all, it's possible that local economic conditions are important for our measure, right? If there are just more jobs locally, that's going to provide more opportunities for students to get into the top of the income distribution. And so to think about that, I think it's useful, as we did with SUNY and Columbia, to compare schools that are in the same city. And so we can do this for all the different cities, but just as an example, here we've highlighted all the different schools in the New York commuting zone. And what we see is that while schools in New York on average are higher outcome schools, maybe because of the economic conditions, we see that there's just an enormous amount of variation even among schools in New York. And so it cannot be the case that these city-specific factors explain too much of what's going on in our data. Quantitatively, the standard deviation of the mobility rate, about 2/3 of it is within a city as opposed to between cities. So again, we think, this, I'm sure this is part of what the story, but this is not a driving force in the variation across colleges. We still see enormous differences, for instance, between Fordham and SUNY Stony Brook and CUNY Bernard Baruch, even though they're all in the same city and they're all drawing from a relatively similar select group of students. So second, especially seeing Bernard Baruch out there, you might think, well, gee, this is just all about the field and focus. We're not kind of comparing apples to apples here. So what I've done in these histograms is I've calculated the distribution of kind of broad buckets of fields of study on the left across all the schools that are outside the top 10% of mobility rate, and on the right inside those top 10% mobility rate schools. And again, what you see here is that for the most part, the distribution of fields lines up very well. Of course, there are certain schools where it's in a very narrow technical field and students receive higher wages as a result of that. But for the most part, STEM share is a little bit higher in the top mobility rate schools, but it's not that much higher. Business is actually lower than in the other schools. And you can do this not just for schools overall, but you can cut on college tier as well. So this compares some community colleges that are very high mobility rate with maybe some state flagship schools that are not. You can look only within selectivity tier and you get essentially the same picture. So once again, I'm sure that at certain colleges, the focus or distribution of students across field of study is in driving much of what's going on, but I don't think that's an important feature to explain the large variation across the data. Now, the one place where we do see really different story, right here, it seems like there are lots of different types of schools that are able to be high mobility rates. There's the SUNYs on the one hand, very highly selective school, and there are also some community colleges that are high mobility rate schools. When we go to look at student outcomes at the very top of the income distribution, so getting into the top 1%, that's earning more than about $200,000 in 2014, we see a very different picture. And in particular, here I'm going to show you this scatter plot again, where on the vertical axis, I've just replaced the fraction of poor kids that get into the top 20% with those that get to the really very top of the income distribution, the top 1%. What you see is there's really no more horizontal variation. It just goes up. And what that's saying is that schools like Stanford and Columbia and Penn, these Ivy Plus schools that are at the top of this scatter plot, are able to get students from poor backgrounds into the top 1% at rates that are just much, much larger than almost any other school. And it's no longer possible to find schools that have anything like a comparable level of outcomes with many more poor students. And so I think, what can we take from this? It's essentially, here's the list of the top 10 schools as rated by the mobility rate for the top 1%. And this is just a list of the type of very excellent schools that you would think of at the top of most college ratings. And so what we take from this is that there seem to be two distinct models associated with different types of mobility. So there's kind of more broad-based top quintile mobility, where a lot of it is in these mid-tier selective schools, mid-tier kind of semi-selective public schools, but there's a great deal of heterogeneity where there's some much more selective schools and some community colleges that make it onto the list. In contrast, for upper tail mobility, there's really only one way to do it. You really have to be an elite private school or a school that is very, like Berkeley, which is kind of designed to be as close to that as possible within the public system. There's really no other way to do it. There's not the same diversity of potential business models that we see for the broad-based mobility. And so I think we want to think about these two issues very separately, and I'll return to this at the end when I think about what are the policy consequences of this work. So finally, let me show you some of what's happened in trends over the past 15 years. Obviously, in order to look at the outcomes of kids who are in their mid-30s, we have to go back a ways for college attendance. We just can't know what's going to happen in their mid-30s for students that are just getting out of college now. But what we see is trends in two ways that aren't particularly encouraging. So first of all, here are two schools, Harvard and Columbia. This is what's happened over the past 15 years in terms of the fraction of students from low-income populations that are there. And you're right, Harvard's improved a little bit. Harvard's actually this elite private school that's improved the most, but it's just on the grand scheme of things, it hasn't really moved anywhere. And then second, we see some high mobility rate schools that have actually seen declining access. and that's a broad pattern as well, that the schools that were the highest mobility rate schools at the beginning of the data, whatever they were doing that was outstanding, they're doing less of it now. And so it's possible that there are innocuous explanations of these data, there are more troubling explanations of these patterns. It's really hard to think of an encouraging explanation for these patterns. So just to wrap up, I think there are three key policy conclusions here. First, I think we should not be shy about trying to get low-income students into more selective colleges, because there seems to be no evidence of some kind of mismatch. The low-income students that get to these very elite schools seem to be doing just fine. Second, I think we need to focus on a little bit away from the very elite schools and even away from the state flagship schools when thinking about the contribution of colleges to mobility. It's a potentially much more scalable model, thinking that average expenditure at these schools is much, much lower. And third, I think we need to rethink what's been going on given these unfavorable recent trends at all different policy levels. So one final plug is that as we think about expanding this work, a big piece of this is going to be partnering with institutions and state systems to try to understand in more detail what's going on within these schools, more so than we can do with these aggregate data. And so we're very excited for anyone who's interested in partnering. Please give me an email. And also, again, if you're interested, you can download all of these data from the web. Thank you very much.
Oh, they all loaded together. Oh, that's nice. Oh. I thought I was going to have to do more. Okay. That's not it. Aha. Slideshow. Okay. I see it here. I don't see it there. Oh, no. See, look, it's on my computer, but it's not there. Ah, there we go. Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? I'm David Deming. I'm going to talk to you guys about a CAPSEE-funded study that I did with co-authors called An Experimental Study of the Value of Post-Secondary Credentials in the Labor Market. It's focused on for-profit colleges, but before I tell you about the results, I wanted to give you a little bit of policy context. It's very kind of in sync with stuff that John was showing you. So this is a little bit, if you want to know sort of very broad brush what's going on, particularly with public enrollment in post-secondary institutions, you'll often hear the phrase, and I'm sure many of you guys have heard this or said it yourselves, that public funding for higher education has declined. And that it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. Actually, if you look at the solid blue line, you see total public funding of higher education has been relatively flat since 2000. But the issue is that many more people want to go to college than they did in 2000 and even 10, 20, 30 years ago. So there's many, many more students wanting to go to college, and public funding is not keeping up. So that's what happens when you see declining funding per full-time equivalent student, because more people want to go, and we've got the same pool of resources spread around them. So that's a really important policy context for thinking about the rise of the for-profit sector. Why? Because you've got many more people going. We don't have any more public investment in public institutions, and so the question is, where are we going to pick up that slack? If we've got a bunch of people who want to attend college, perhaps for the first time in their family, et cetera, who's going to be funding that? And it turns out that's been driven by the for-profit sector. So this is a figure showing by year since 1990 the share of total fall enrollment in for-profit Title IV institutions, meaning institutions that are eligible to give out Pell Grants and Stafford loans. Okay, so which includes all of the very large for-profit institutions like University of Phoenix and Walden and DeVry and so forth. So what you see is the share of all fall enrollment in for-profits is grown from less than 2% in, let's say, 1995. It grew very quickly to nearly 10% of all enrollment in 2010, and it has since dropped. If you had asked me in October, I would have said it's going to continue to drop. Now I'm not so sure, because if you look back historically, it's actually true that the importance of the for-profit sector and growth in the for-profit sector very closely tracks which president is in power. So there was a you probably all know about the tightening of regulations on the for-profit sector with rules like gainful employment. What many people may not know about this is it's happened before. So there was another round of regulation of the for-profit sector in the early 1990s under the Clinton administration. So we're kind of redoing the cycle all over again. So maybe if you invite me back 5 years from now, we'll see the line go back up. We'll see. Okay. So the other thing is, where are these degrees being awarded? Well, for-profit colleges have always given out a pretty large share of certificates, right? So if you look, and actually, if anything, it's decreased, or it's been flat. It was flat over the period that enrollment was rising, right? So they're giving out about 40% of certificates, and that's a pretty constant share over the last 20, 25 years. Where they're really growing more is in higher degrees, so associate's degrees, but also bachelor's degrees, right? So you see even in 2000, they're giving out less than 1% of all, or around 1% of all bachelor's degrees in the US, and that grew to close to 10% in 2012. So we see for-profits shifting from doing vocational education at the certificate level up to increasingly to bachelor's degrees. Okay. So some kind of facts about for-profit colleges that are important for this. Well, if you look at the fact that post-secondary enrollment overall has grown relatively modestly since 2000, but it's grown rapidly in the for-profit sector, it turns out that for-profit colleges by themselves are responsible for about a quarter of all growth in enrollment and degree, and a little less in degrees since 2000. Why is this important? Well, they're much more expensive than public institutions to attend, and while they're called for-profit institutions, they're heavily reliant on public support. So they get about 3/4 overall of their funding from federal Title IV sources, again, Pell Grants and Stafford loans. That's not 3/4 of profits, that's 3/4 of revenue. So every dollar that's coming in, every $4 that are coming in, 3 is coming from the federal government. That's just from Title IV. It's actually a little bit higher than that because money from the GI Bill, so the post-9/11 GI Bill is a very generous source of funding for veterans. That doesn't count as Title IV money. So if you add that up, it's going to be an even higher share. Okay, so they are in a sense public entities, and therefore, at least in my opinion, deserving of public scrutiny and public regulation because they're not operating in the free market, even though they are for-profit. Okay, so studies of labor market returns to these schools, why can't we just kind of compare labor market returns across institutions? Well, there's a couple of problems with that. A big one is student sorting. You saw that, or you heard me talk about how for-profits are driving this growth in access. So who are these students that are attending for-profits? Often there are students whose parents didn't go to college. They may have left a community college and gone to a for-profit because they couldn't get into the courses they wanted, et cetera. And so you don't have students randomly picking schools. You've got a real selection problem, right? So you can't just kind of naively compare earnings returns across colleges. And even then, you can't take the fact that schools are in certain labor markets and in certain degree programs for granted, right? They offer programs and they enter labor markets strategically. So if you look at where for-profit colleges are concentrated, they're concentrated in growth fields like allied health. So they're doing a lot of training of licensed practical nursing and medical assistance jobs where there's a lot of demand, and so they're thinking very strategically about what they're going to offer. And then finally, there's this issue of what you're comparing them to, right? So are we thinking about a student attending a for-profit as if they weren't going there, they'd be going to a community college, or is it nothing at all, right? And so that counterfactual or the comparison really matters. All right, so finally, you want to think about for-profits as being a big part of another recent trend in higher education, which is online education. And a lot of people, when they think about online education, think about MOOCs, massively open online courses. That's not really the story here for for-profits. Rather, they're offering entire degrees, entire programs online, right? So it's kind of like get a BA in your pajamas. There's an ad a while back. One of the schools, I forget which one, had an ad where it said you can get a bachelor's degree in your pajamas. And so you see that almost all bachelor's degrees that are offered online are offered by for-profit colleges. That's changing very rapidly. You've got a bunch of big public institutions that are getting into this game, and so it's really important to understand the returns to online degrees, and that's going to be part of what we're doing today. Okay, so this is like one more figure showing you this explosive growth. I haven't looked in the most recent years, but if you look just from 2005 or 2006 to 2012, there's been explosive growth in the share of all bachelor's degrees awarded by for-profits. In 2012, you've got about 25 large online institutions offering more than 6%, or giving out more than 6% of all bachelor's degrees in the US. Okay, so these are very large. The University of Phoenix is the largest one. It's 3 or 4 times larger in terms of degrees given out than any other post-secondary institution in the US. So what are we going to do? How are we going to answer this question of what are the labor market returns to attending a for-profit college? Well, rather than look directly at student earnings, we're going to do something a little differently. We're going to look at employers' perceptions of the returns to a degree. So we're not looking at earnings. We're looking at whether employers want to hire people who have for-profit degrees. And this is an important thing to look at directly because what a lot of these schools will often say, perhaps rightly, is that even though they're not bestowed with some sense of eliteness from the higher education community, they're meeting the needs of employers, and employers really value these degrees. They think they're an important signal of quality in the labor market. And so we're going to directly test that by essentially creating a bunch of fictitious resumes and then keeping a lot of characteristics of the resume fixed, but then randomly changing the degree where you got, the institution where you got your degree. So you're going to have identical resumes. One has a degree from the University of Phoenix. Another one has a degree from a local, less selective public institution or a more selective public institution. And another one may have no degree at all. But they have, on average, identical work experience, identical skill sets. They live in the same communities, et cetera. Okay? And so by doing that, we're going to kind of very surgically test the hypothesis that employers may have different perceptions of an online degree, of a for-profit degree, of a public degree, et cetera. Okay. And so we do this in 5 of the largest U.S. labor markets: New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, and the San Francisco Bay Area. And we're using a very large online job board that for sure you've heard of. They post about 32,000 new job vacancies every day. And if you compare them to the job openings and labor force turnover survey, it's looking like about 1/5 of all job openings in the U.S. are posted on this site. Okay. We're going to focus on business degrees and what I'm going to call allied health, which is like not registered nurses and not doctors, but everything that requires less education than that. So pharmacy technicians, licensed practical nursing, medical assistants. Those alone account for about half of all jobs posted. So they're 2 largest categories. We're going to do this comparison: public versus for-profit versus no degree, certificates, associate's degrees, and bachelor's degrees, selectivity, and then we're going to explicitly compare schools that are primarily online, like the University of Phoenix and DeVry, et cetera, to for-profits that are brick and mortar, that are often have local presences in the labor market. They're not big online schools. They're not get a BA in your pajamas. Okay, so some things you want to think about. Obviously, we've designed this experiment to have very high internal validity, so we know we have a causal estimate of something. But the issue is it something that we care about, right? So that's an external validity question. So are people actually applying to jobs on these boards, or are they just getting jobs through personal contacts? Well, we don't know how much that's happening, obviously, but it is true that placement services at several large for-profit colleges, they actually contract with this job board to help graduates get jobs. So they post their resumes and they have resume banks. So they're using this website, they're perceiving it as a way for people to get a job in real life. And we do a bunch of things, which I'll tell you a little bit about, to make sure our resumes really look like real job seekers. In particular, we're going to go to this website called Indeed.com, where people can post their resumes and apply for jobs, and we're just going to cull directly from people's resumes to make sure that they're realistic. So we're using fragments of people's actual resumes in our study. Okay. And then finally, are these jobs actually good jobs? If you've spent much time on these job boards, you see that sometimes they're postings that are done by staffing agencies, which isn't really a job. It's just they want to collect your resume and then sell it. Or it's jobs where it's kind of like, you get a bunch of sales leads and you have to pay. Some of them are scams, honestly, as I discovered in the course of doing this study. And so what we're going to do is collect information about the jobs and link it we can ask whether the returns to these degrees in terms of employer perceptions are different by job characteristics. So we're going to guess what the average salary is of the job and see if the results are different by that. Okay? So here are the exact fields we're doing. This is kind of sample job titles. We're going to look within business at accounting, finance versus customer service, sales, and marketing. Some sample job titles there. And if you add up that share of all full-time vacancies on this job board, those 2 alone are about 45%, just within business. And then for health, these are the 4 categories. Medical assistants, there's kind of clinical medical assistants, which is like phlebotomy, helping people draw blood. And then there's like, front office medical assistants too. And then nurses and pharmacy techs. Okay. So what schools are we putting on our sample? Well, within for-profits, we do at least half of resumes that are from this list of very large online schools, which you probably recognize. And the other half, we're going to do kind of local for-profits. And then all of our health degrees are local because it's very hard to get a nursing degree online. Because oftentimes you have to do an externship, or you have to actually work in a hospital or some medical setting. And so it's kind of hard to mimic online. And so our public schools are going to be all local schools, obviously, in our markets. It's going to be 2-year colleges and then 4 years of varying selectivity. In our 2 California labor markets, you should think about Cal State versus UC. Okay. And so what else do we have on the resumes? We have a high school diploma, kind of common things like Microsoft Office. Race and gender, as in any other audit study, are not directly put on the resume, but signaled through names. And like I said, we're going to be drawing these from actual work histories. And whenever possible, we just use them, or we don't use the names of the people, but we use work history patterns and templates so that people look comparable. We basically search once a day, identify jobs that met our criteria, recorded information about the job, and then use this very nice program by Lay and Beasley called a resume randomizer, which is like a template that lets you do this. And we created 4 resumes and sent them to each job posting. and we chose to randomly assign race and gender across vacancies, but not within them. So we'd send like 4 white males, 4 white females. And the reason we did that was because if you think race and gender are really strong predictors of whether someone's going to call you back, you sort of want to control for that within the application, so you want it to be driven by the post-secondary degree, not by race or by gender. Okay? So it allows us to look at variation across our impacts, variation in our impacts across race and gender, but we still get power to detect the impact of the degree. Okay, so this is what we did. There are kind of 2 types of business jobs, one where they don't have a degree requirement and one where they require a BA. It's very rare for a job posting to say associate's degree required. And so when they didn't require a degree, we would send one resume that only had a high school degree, one that had an associate's degree from a for-profit, one from a public, and then one that had a bachelor's degree from a for-profit. And then in the BA required jobs, all the resumes had BAs. That's actually a choice if I could take. I might have done it differently if I could take it back, but it's too late. And so we looked at kind of 2 publics and 2 for-profits, and then we did selective, not selective, and then online versus in-person. Okay. And so these are the results. If you look at the left-hand panel, this is the no degree required set of jobs, and you see there's really not that much difference. So the callback rate was a bit over 10% for all these jobs. A little bit of an uptick for the for-profit bachelor's degrees, but it's not statistically significant. And it's kind of surprising, actually, employers, if they don't ask for a degree, they don't really care if you have one. So it's not just for-profit versus public, it's any degree at all for these jobs. They don't seem to matter. Okay. Now, when you look on the right-hand side, this is for the bachelor's degree required jobs, and you see that we have higher callback rates for public schools. There's no difference, really, between the selectives and not selectives. There's a little bit of an interesting story here where we find some impact for high-salary jobs when you have a selective bachelor's degree, but not overall. But for the overall pattern, there's no difference. The big difference we see here is bachelor's degrees from online schools. So it's kind of, maybe that difference doesn't look overwhelming, but relative to, it's kind of like 6.1% versus 7.9%. So it's about a 22% lower probability of getting a callback if an identical resume has a degree from an online for-profit school compared to a public school that's in the labor market. Okay, and that turns out to be highly statistically significant. So you can just see that in column 3 here. That's the estimate for for-profit online BAs versus the left out group is non-selective public schools. So it's statistically significant at the less than 1% level. One interesting thing was we didn't find as negative of an impact for these local for-profits. Turns out we don't have one of these in every market, so it's a little bit underpowered. That's why the standard error is higher. So we can't really say too much about it, except that it looks like it's the online schools that are driving this, and that's significant because those are the ones that are growing explosively. If you look at that at the very beginning of the presentation, when I showed you the rise in for-profit enrollment, that's being driven by these online schools. So, and those are the ones that are taking a lot of public money and have been subject to a lot of public scrutiny, and those are the ones where we find lower callback rates. So for health, this is the structure. It's very similar. We had a public certificate, a for-profit certificate, and then 2 high school only. And then for jobs that required a certificate, it was just public versus for-profit. Now, certificate, what does that mean, requiring a certificate? Well, there are jobs. So jobs, like all of the nursing jobs and then some of the pharmacy technician jobs required you to have a certificate. And that almost always meant they required you to have a license. So there's a licensure exam to be a nurse in all the states in our study. But for medical assistants, you don't need a license. And so this is really comparing jobs where there was some external credential to jobs where you just got the degree. So you could think about a license as like an independent signal of quality. So maybe I don't know whether the for-profit school or the public school is better, but if somebody has their license, that means they took a test and they passed it and they know something. Okay? So that's relevant because we find really different impacts whether you have a certificate requirement or not. So think about the left-hand side as being jobs that are medical assistant jobs that don't have a license associated with them. And we find a very large increase in callback rates for public schools relative to for-profit schools. That's about a 57% difference between having a public certificate and a for-profit certificate. Okay. Whereas the nursing and pharmacy tech jobs, we don't find a statistically significant difference between the two. Okay, so what's the story for that? Well, you might think that employers are looking at resumes very carefully for signals of applicant quality. If there's an external signal, like a license, they don't care as much about the degree, but in the absence of an external signal, they're going to draw an inference based on where you got your degree. And the inference they're drawing across both the business jobs and the health jobs is that, especially for online for-profits, they view these applicants as lower quality. Doesn't mean that they are lower quality. This is about employer perceptions, not about actual labor market returns. But it does contradict the statements that many schools make about how employers view them as providing a good education and producing good graduates. Okay. So they could be wrong. It could be if you did this study in 10 years, we'd find something different. Nevertheless, these are our results for now. Okay, so summary, just to kind of tie a bow on it, we find for business jobs that don't require a degree, there's no difference. And if you're out there offering associate's degrees in public schools, it might give you a little pause because it says, at least when they're applying to these business jobs, many of them are customer service, sales and marketing jobs. If they don't say degree required, it doesn't really help to have one from any type of school. Second finding, the one that got the most attention, probably deservedly, is that if you have a degree from a for-profit if you have a bachelor's degree from a for-profit institution that's primarily online, you're about 22% less likely to receive a callback than an identical resume that has a degree from a non-selective public school like a Cal State. Okay. And that's important, again, because these are the schools that are growing. These are the schools that we're spending a lot of taxpayer money to support. Okay. So overall, employers don't appear to value these degrees very highly. And then finally, we find a big difference in callback rates in favor of public schools for medical assistant, health jobs that don't require a license or a certification. So that's it. Thanks a lot.
My presentation is going to be slightly different. I'm going to draw results from a book that is coming out in the summer that Brookings has published. This book was co-written with Sandy Baum, excuse me, who many of you know. We're going to focus very heavily, at least in this talk, and in the book to some extent, on the public two-year colleges. Some of what we say could also be said about the lower tier of the public four-year colleges. It's a little risky, actually, talking about community colleges with so many CCRC folks in the room who've been studying this for much longer. So if they criticize me, I'm going to defer to them, but I'm going to try to do this nonetheless. And the book, I'm also not going to present charts and graphs. We have a lot of them in the book, especially the first half of the book, where we present data from the beginning post-secondary survey on enrollment patterns, completion patterns, et cetera, and then on Florida administrative data on the labor market outcomes. I was involved in the Calder post-secondary work, which paralleled a lot of the work here in CAPSEE. And I use the Florida data a lot. I think the patterns are mostly, you can see in other states as well from the CAPSEE papers I've read in that. So what do we know about the public two-year colleges? Well, first of all, a large concentration of disadvantaged first-generation college students enroll there, and that's about 40% of all college students start in a community college. The numbers are bigger for adult or older students. Independent students, they're a little lower for young people. But if you look at the disadvantaged population with the young students, they're very high as well. So the outcomes in these institutions are very important, I think, for this population. And broadly, I think you see two sets of outcomes when you look at the community college outcomes, especially for the disadvantaged students. Number one, this is widely known that completion rates are low. The completion rates for everybody are quite low at community colleges. They can often be quite sensitive to how you handle transfer students in the data. If you count anyone who transfers to a four-year as a success story, as a completion, the numbers look considerably better. I don't do that. I think they should only be counted as success if you actually get a BA in those places. But if you're talking about disadvantaged, sort of lower income students, it doesn't matter that much because very few transfer to the four-year schools and even fewer of them get BAs. So the completion rates are a problem in general at community colleges, but especially for this population. But the other thing, when you look at the labor market outcomes, a lot of them are fairly weak as well. And again, I'm going to concentrate on the Florida data. With these data, you can do two things. Number one, you could look at the distribution of areas that students are choosing to major in, concentrate in. You can separate out the associate degree programs from the certificate programs, but there's enormous variation within each of those categories, right? You have the AA versus the AS or AAS degree programs. Within certificates, there's the for-credit versus the not-for-credit, et cetera. And by the way, a lot of the certificate programs we often call the workforce programs. Depending on which institutions you look at, sometimes they are walled off pretty heavily from the degree programs, sometimes not. The workforce programs are where a lot of the adults end up, but at least within these data, you can look at both sets. And of course, then you can look at fields of study within each of those broad categories. Well, when you do this, and again, this is combining the administrative university data with the UI earnings data that a lot of us have done for different states. You see fairly broad patterns. First of all, on average, the associate degree programs pay more than the certificates. You would expect that. They are a bigger investment, but a lot of variation within each of them. The AS and AS programs pay much better on the labor market than AA programs. On average, the certificate programs pay less, but in fact, if you separate out the AA from the AS programs, a lot of certificate programs pay better than the terminal AA degree. And in fact, in Florida, there's almost no return to the humanities AA terminal degrees, a lot of which are things like liberal studies and general studies, which have virtually no market value as a terminal degree. Now, here again, if you move on and get the 4-year degree, it's much less of a handicap, right? Because especially if you can get a lot of the liberal arts AA programs to count through the articulation agreements at the 4-year and get credit for them. But so few students end up transferring and getting those BAs that a lot of them are stuck with these terminal AA degrees in humanities for very little market value. And I think both of these outcomes, by the way, are related to the whole student debt problem. Sandy Baum has a short book on that. Other people have found the same thing. A lot of these students coming out of the AA programs that haven't finished often end up with $5,000 or $10,000 of debt. That's much less debt than BA students or graduate students have, but yet the default rates on those loans are very high. That's where actually a lot of the default action is for the folks coming out of community college programs they didn't finish or where their labor market returns are weak. So these are some of the problems that I want to focus on then. Now, what explains these weak outcomes at the community colleges? And we know more about what explains the low completion rates, somewhat less on the low labor market returns. I'm going to follow Bound, Lovenheim, and Turner, influential people that many of you know. They sort out personal effects from institutional effects in the data. Both are very important. A lot of literature on these personal characteristics that contribute to these problems, right? The weak academic preparation being first and foremost, the fact that so many of these students get shunted off to developmental education. I think the number Tom Bailey often quotes is 60% of the young students end up in developmental ed. The vast majority of them don't finish, of course. The costs of the higher ed and liquidity constraints make a lot of these students go to 2-year rather than 4-year. And of course, they have so little information. You know, the vast majority of first generation or disadvantaged students either go to the local 2-year or the local 4-year. Those are the two colleges that they actually know something about. So information when people choose their institution is very weak, but I also think information and social capital are very weak when the disadvantaged students get to those places. They just know a lot less about how to study and how to succeed in those places. And of course, a lot of the students at community colleges, even among the younger ones, already have children, and there's a lot of pressure on them to work full-time. They go to school part-time, and there's enormous differences in completion rates between full-time and part-time. But I actually want to focus on the institutional factors, which I think is a little closer to the interest of this conference. And I think the Bound et al. Folks show that institution really matters, institutional quality, and I took a look at what are the barriers in terms of institutional characteristics contributing to these low outcomes. I'd say 3 jump out at me. Number 1, too few resources, too few incentives, and especially weak incentives to respond to labor market signals, and too little structure and guidance. And I'll just say a word about each of those 3. Too few resources. We know that per student credit hour, the community colleges all get substantially less state aid than any of the 4-year schools. And we know those lower, and even though the students at the community colleges come with much greater needs, and much greater need for supports and services. And often the schools don't have the resources to fund a lot of that. And of course, we also expect the community colleges to touch all these bases, to do the workforce stuff and the occupational programs and the liberal arts programs on a small financial base and with students who have so much need. But of course, I also, and a lot of people have made this argument, the incentives to spend that money well can be very weak, because as everyone knows, the incentives are mostly for seat time. So you get the same amount of money from the state whether your student completes or not. And it's even more true for the labor market outcomes, because you get the same dollar regardless of which classes the student takes, regardless of what they earn afterwards, and many of the technical programs with labor market value are costlier. The instructor costs can be high if you got to find professional adjuncts from industry, and the equipment costs are much higher. So the incentives just don't work out for the institutions to really expand teaching capacity in the high-demand labor market areas, healthcare and nursing being the most obvious case of that. And then there's the issue of too little structure and guidance. Now, the stuff on too little structure, of course, I'm thinking of Tom Bailey, Davis Jenkins, Shanna Jaggers, and also Judy's earlier work on Shapeless Rivers. Been a lot of that work is very good and very useful. But even separate from that, these students get so little guidance, whether it's academic guidance or career guidance. Most of them have very, very little information about what's actually happening in the labor market and which fields are rewarded and not, and of course, which fields they have high probabilities of completing or not. And by the way, another issue on the career guidance, so we don't give kids a lot of career guidance in high school, as well as college, as well as community college. Partly, I think that's a resource issue. The schools just can't afford it. But there's another issue here, and again, going back to the fact that a lot of the workforce programs are in community colleges, the Labor Department provides a lot of these labor market services for workers. So you may know that there are these places called one-stop offices. There's about 3,000 of them scattered around the country where people go to get their unemployment insurance, to get other things, and they go to get labor market information, whether it's core services or more intensive services. But there's almost a complete disconnect between the one-stop offices and the community colleges where they get their training. The vast majority of students at community colleges making these choices never set foot in a one-stop and never get that labor market information that is more available in those places. So I think the fragmentation between labor market services, DOL, versus Department of Education, and the fact that community colleges kind of straddle those two worlds, provide the training but not the guidance, I think is an additional problem besides just a resource issue. And I think this leads to this enormous disconnect between student aspirations and student realities. There are survey data, and Rick Collenberg cites these numbers, and they're in a lot of his papers. As many as 80% of young students, not the adults, of young students going to community college believe that they're going to transfer to a four-year school and get a BA. The fraction who actually accomplish that of the young people, it's a little under a fourth that actually transfer, about half of them, it's about 12%. I would argue that's a very major disconnect. 80% believe, and of course, they're making a lot of their choices, their course choices, based on that expectation, which is so little realized in so many of the cases. And I think that's a big part of the reason why there's very little interest in these sort of career-oriented certificate programs and in the AA or AS programs that are more occupational, less liberal arts, that actually get strong market returns. And there's less pressure on the institutions, I think, to provide more of that capacity. I spoke with a provost of one of the really large community colleges in America. He said to me very clearly, my students, the vast majority of whom are minority and low income, my students don't want to be technicians, they want to be professionals. That's a direct quote. And he says that my job is not to dampen their expectations. Maybe not, but then this disconnect is going to continue. And then if you go back to the question of why there's such little demand for the high return fields, then you sort of, well, there's both a demand problem and a supply problem. The supply problem is the lack of institutional capacity in a lot of these areas, related to the things I talked before, the high costs and bad incentives. But the demand problem is that it's based on these student expectations and how little information they have. And of course, the demand problem, I think, is at least partly supply driven because the institutions aren't providing them with any of that information that might change those choices. So I think that's what a lot is good, and we make this argument in our book. And by the way, Sandy and I didn't even discover this disconnect until very late in our book when we started to talk more to various community college presidents, Jim Jacobs and some other folks in the room, and we became more and more aware of that. So the whole second half of the book is what to do about this, and we sort out services and supports you can provide to individual students as opposed to broader changes in the structure of the institutions to address some of these problems. Of course, when you're talking about supports and services, everybody's excited about ASAP, right? And you may know at CUNY, ASAP doubled the completion rates among students from something like 20 to 40%. Of course, those were all students willing to go full-time. but it was a very impressive doubling. And some of that is now starting to be replicated in Ohio. Some community colleges in Ohio, some for full-time students, but not exclusively. But ASAP is very expensive, at least up front. And so what many more institutions are choosing reforms and services to provide within narrower budgets. So what do you see going on a lot? Well, first of all, there's a lot of talk about reforms in developmental education. The most obvious one being whatever it is you do to remediate, make it co-requisite rather than prerequisite for a lot of the classes. And there's a broader reform agenda. To this day, the best paper I've read on this is one that Bridget Long wrote for the Hamilton Project a couple of years ago, where she lays out, and there's the whole, trying to, instead of having people do Algebra 1, having to do Math Way and Quant Way, and a lot of other delivery mechanisms, how you choose who needs remediation, et cetera. And in our book, we have a lot of stuff on financial aid reforms. Mostly that Sandy wrote that could help here. My biggest interest, of course, is to improve the counseling, both the academic counseling and especially the career counseling, as well as some help with child care and emergency cash and stuff like that. But what I think is more interesting here is on the institutional side, what can be done. And I think in our book we argue broadly for two broad goals in terms of institutional structure. One is to build in more of these guided pathways that Tom and Davis and other folks talk about. And I know that some of that is happening, and Tom and Davis et al. Have been quite successful in getting colleges to start doing this. And of course, if that's really successful, they might improve the transfer numbers a lot, if all that stuff really works. And I look forward to seeing more evaluation evidence on that a few years down the road. But of course, the other thing is, as a labor guide that I want to see is building up capacity in the workforce programs, especially in the area that we call sector-based training. And you may know, if you're sort of a workforce type like me, rather than a purely higher ed type, sector-based training programs are the ones based on these partnerships between industry folks, the hospitals, the advanced manufacturers, the IT companies, and community colleges, where together they build curricula, they set up the relevant degree or certificate programs. The evaluation evidence, at least on the strong sector-based training, is very, very positive. Much more positive than what you used to see, general returns to training funded by WIA or CETA, all that stuff. 2 years out, on average, even in an intent to treat study, you see on average earnings increases of 30% for people that go through these sector-based training programs. And the training programs on average take 6 months to a year, so the return is very strong. And by the way, this month there will be a new study coming out of Project Quest in San Antonio of their healthcare programs, which is even stronger, and it's a 6-year outcomes that are, I'll say, they're very positive. Even more encouraging. So I think we want to build up this workforce program capacity and get more students interested in that as opposed to a lot of the liberal arts AA programs. Well, how do you get there is the question. According to our analysis, we think the institutions need more resources, but also stronger incentives, and maybe some combination of the two. So the resources you need to have some kind of more equitable distribution of state resources across the public institutions. Politically, that's very, very difficult unless you're getting an injection of higher resources, right? The idea of politically, of taking resources from the 4 years to the 2 years. And there's probably a lot of reasons you don't want to do that, especially if the market return to the 4 years is stronger. But if there is new money injected, either new state or federal money, I would argue getting it over to the community college side would be important. But then what kind of accountability do you want to use to create more incentives? So here, as you know, a lot of states are moving in the direction of outcome-based funding or performance-based funding. Over 30 states have started to do that, but very, very high variance in terms of how much of the state subsidies to institutions depend on these outcomes, how they measure those outcomes, et cetera. A great paper on this was the one that David Deming and David Figlio wrote. It came out in the Journal of Economic Perspectives last year, and of course Kevin Doherty's work on this is very good. And a lot of us worry about the unintended consequences when you do this, right? So if you reward schools for completion rates or credits attained, will they either cream on the admission side or at the back end, lower their standards for degree completion? You don't want either of those things to happen. And in a lot of this work, people talk about how you would structure the incentives to avoid those unintended consequences. What I often argue for, I'd like to see earnings, subsequent earnings, get more weight in those calculations when the states give out the money. Again, we have the data to do that. And also the earnings outcomes among our most disadvantaged students, our minority students, which I think would also lessen the incentive to cream and make those numbers look better that way. So there's a lot more work to be done in this area and a lot more experimentation by the states. And again, I hope we see more evaluation of that. Some people also talk about internal accountability, where departments in schools would be able to keep the dollars that they attain, of course, but if the vast majority of students are going into liberal arts, that's actually not going to help the occupational and the workforce programs. And I've argued for some kind of combination of higher resources and at least the external accountability through a kind of version of race to the top for the higher ed institutions. And we can talk about what that might look like. But the last thing, I only have about a minute left. Sandy and I also, at the end of the book, argue for a heavy dosing of reality needed for these students. This massive gap between student expectations and reality partly is based on the fact that no one ever tells them. No one, it's like the old controversy about tracking in Voc Ed taken now into higher ed, and especially in the community colleges, and this fear that realism would constitute tracking. But on the other hand, I don't know that we're doing so many students a favor by letting them go into programs where the completion rates are so low. So I think I would like to see, and I think within the guided pathways work, more information to the students about completion rates and about market rewards. I think that would help their decision making. I also think we have a chapter in the book on high school CTE and building better pathways out of high quality high school CTE, P-Tech, career academies, into the community colleges, not the old fashioned CTE, but the high quality stuff. And then we raise one last issue in the book, and I don't know what the answer is going to be. We have to start asking the question whether the community colleges should continue to be open access institutions, given the terrible completion rates. If you're in the bottom quintile of your high school achievement class and you're going off to community college, and again, we're not pushing to change that, but the massive amount of resources spent on students who are not finishing these programs and can't get out of remediation is something I think we have to grapple with a little more. And if these institutions continue to be open access, the issue of the information and guidance we provide to them, I think becomes even more critical. So I leave you to chew on that. I'll stop there, and thank you very much.
Okay, so we have about 20 minutes to take some questions. I think, are there going to be microphones? Okay, great. So if you have a question, you can kind of make your way over. In the meantime, I will take the moderator's privilege to get us started. I'm going to start with Dave. For those of you who were here yesterday, there were a number of presentations on some of the returns to sub-baccalaureate credentials work that CAPSEE has been doing. And it seemed from that work that there's this consensus that associate's degrees do seem to have a very robust payoff. So I'm curious, Dave, how we can make that square. I know even though your paper is mostly about the for-profit comparison, how should we interpret your finding that the AAs don't seem to have much impression on employers?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, it's an AA in business, and so it could be that that's different than we can only say something about the resumes we sent out, and so if there's a return to associate's degrees in other fields, that's totally consistent with our results. I think an associate's degree in business is, in fairness, kind of a funny thing to think about. What are people learning in these programs? You guys could probably tell me better than you could probably say better than I could, but I mean, I guess another possibility, it depends on how you do the comparison. You got to keep in mind that this is not, we're not estimating the return. So another gap could be, well, maybe employers don't perceive it as being very good, but then the people who actually get jobs actually are more productive, and then they earn more. And so that'd be another way to reconcile differences between a resume audit study and a kind of comparison of earnings even within a field. Mm-hmm. So I think both those things are possible.
Here, thank you. People are being shy. Okay, here we have first question. And please identify yourself.
Lexi Shangster from the Washington Student Achievement Council. Hello again, everyone. I had a question first for Professor Deming. Is there any evidence that employers are actually correct that for-profit institutions are providing a less valuable education? Is there like a termination rate after your first job, or how would you get at that answer?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are some studies doing kind of comparing returns to for-profit degrees, comparing students who attend for-profit schools to students who attend public schools in earnings data, or studies that essentially compare people to themselves. So looking at your earnings trajectory before and after you go to a for-profit school. And
that seems based on employer perception. So if I don't think of for-profit schools as valuable, then I won't pay you as much, even if you got a Harvard education.
I think in the short run that's right. But if you think that, like, suppose that so the story you're telling seems to be, I go to a, it doesn't have to be a for-profit school. I go to college, I learn a lot. I'm actually going to be more productive. But employers don't value the degree, and so you might have a hard time getting a first job, or you might have a hard time having a particular employer hire you. But then if you actually are a good employee, once you get a job, you'll do well, and then people will say, great, we're going to pay you more. And so the idea of these studies is that over time, these issues essentially of information, right? So it's certainly possible that your first encounter with the labor market determines everything thereafter. But we typically think that's not the way it works. I know, like, you could probably think of lots of people who maybe got off to a rough start and then recovered because they're actually good employees, or people who got the best jobs and then floundered. And so the idea of these other studies where you look at earnings trajectories over time is that they overcome this kind of initial impression of the degree and focus really on what you learned.
I would say most salaries are based on previous salary, and how would you explain the wage gap that's persistent for women? I mean, if employers are correcting their beliefs about the value of your work, then we would see the wage gap disappear for high-quality women and men, or people of color and white people.
Yeah, listen, I'm not trying to tell you this is true, but you asked me how to, I'm not advocating that these studies are correct and that anything like that. I'm just saying that's how you would explain differences in results across studies with two different designs. The truth is, it's a complicated world, and there's a lot of this stuff going on. Like, initial conditions do determine these things, but there are people who get off. I hope there's a grain of truth in what I'm saying, and there's certainly a grain of truth in what you're saying.
And the wage gap leads to just my next question, and I'm all done. The question I had was using earnings-based performance measures. And again, if you're serving disadvantaged students, or if I'm an institution that serves Latina females, I would be punished mightily based on just discrimination in the labor market. So how would you account for certain institutions serving those disadvantaged students, but still using earnings-based outcomes?
I think the idea, you want to create incentives for those institutions to do better with that population and those populations. So that's the whole idea. So you define your measures based on what fraction of all your students are either disadvantaged or minorities, and on their earnings subsequently. So you wouldn't be punishing the students. You'd be rewarding the institutions that do well for those populations.
Okay. Oh, great. Tom has a question.
John, I noticed that Glendale Community College is on the top 10, so I think we should
Can you
all
speak
go.
Into the mic a little closer?
I noticed that Glendale Community College is I guess that was the only community college in the top 10, so I think we should all go see what they're doing. But I guess my question is that, presumably the best chance a community college student would have to do that would be to transfer. So what are you doing about multiple institutional attendance to that? Are those students who went to Glendale and then nothing else, or how does that work into your? So since we're thinking about how community colleges can be intergenerational mobility agents, how does that really fit into what you're thinking about?
Thanks, that's a great question. So first of all, just factually, the way we define college attendance is by looking at the college that you most attended during the years when you're 18 to 22. And then in practice, the way that works out is that if you went to a community college for 2 years and then transferred to a 4-year college, you would probably get counted at the community college because we break ties by going to the first college. So just from a statistical perspective, you should think of this as, for the most part, the first place that you walk in the door where you're spending a significant amount of time. If you transfer out after 1 year, it'll be the place that you spend more time at after that. But if you do 2 years at a community college and 2 years at or more at a for-profit, at a 4-year, it would be the community college where we record you. Then understanding the pathways, I think, is a very, very interesting question. And, I think there's, California especially is a state that has a very well-established transfer program. And as part of ongoing work, trying to understand, like, what is it that these schools do to generate high outcomes, that's one of the things we're trying to look at. Now, I think there's a little bit of a deep issue where is it, suppose that Glendale looks really good because all these students are transferring up. Is that because Glendale's doing a good job, or because the schools that they're getting into are doing a good job, or they're just great students that were coming in the door to begin with? I think you still need to unpack all those issues, even if the transfer pathway seems to be what's going on. But that's a great question.
John, I have a question in terms of measuring those outcomes. So the second part of the measure, which is the probability of ending up in the top quintile, is that only for completers or for enrollees?
Everybody.
It is for everybody.
Everybody who walks in the door. Yeah.
And then secondly, have you done a lot of robustness tests? Because, would you get a much different number if you looked at the probability of ending up in the 4th and 5th quintile? Sort of institution specifically.
Yeah, so what the contrast that I showed between the top 1% and the top 20% is the only first order difference. And so once you're outside the top 1 or 5% or something like that, once you're outside of the top, you can play around with the definition of top 20, top 40. You can look at kids coming from the bottom 20, from the bottom 40, from the bottom 60. You can say who moves up 2 quintiles. All that stuff is super highly correlated. And obviously
the institutional pattern looks the same then.
Yeah. I mean, obviously some institutions look a little bit different, and some, but across the board, the broad patterns are very, very similar.
I actually want to piggyback on that question with a comment and another question for John. Given all of the challenges that we've been talking about that Harry pointed out with completion rates, it's actually pretty amazing in some sense that a lot of these less selective institutions, which we know have much lower completion rates, are nonetheless being so successful in getting kids up to the upper quintile. So that's just, it suggests that there's a lot of room for even improving those further. But as far as the implications, it seems like there are pretty clear implications as far as the funding of these institutions, as you showed some of those institutions providing less access over time to students from the lower quintiles. But I'm also wondering about the top 1%. Are there policy implications around the fact that your ability to get into the top 1% is so concentrated at these institutions where access is currently so limited to kids who are kind of already coming from the top quintile? Is that something, what, if anything, what role is there for public policy in making those institutions more accessible?
So there were a lot of great questions in all of that. Let me work backwards. So first of all, I think that we were very interested in the top 1% because I think that we are measuring top 1% on income, but my guess is that if we looked at like very outstanding outcomes on many dimensions, you would find a very similar thing. And I think that there's a sense that there are large public externalities to people, maybe not if you, make a lot of money at a hedge fund, but if you have a patent or you start a business or you're, on the Supreme Court or, I think, there are large externalities generally from those people. And then you might think that there are especially large externalities, not just to be on the Supreme Court, but to be like Sotomayor on the Supreme Court being, from a poor background. And so I think that it is worthwhile thinking hard about not just the broad-based mobility, but about these top outcomes. I think that, realistically, there's going to be a limited set of people who can get into the top 1%. And so thinking about...
About 1%?
Well,
around 1% of them?
well, I mean, by definition, only 1%. But you know, the point is, I think that the selection into these colleges is obviously such an important part of this. And so, you know, if anything more than, I don't know, 10% of the fact that Stanford has a very high top 1% rate is due to the fact that there's an extreme amount of selection, then it would be absurd. And so I think that part of that is about what goes on in the Stanford admissions office, but part of it is about the pathway that leads up to college. You know, there's a statistic from another paper that our group has produced that if you look at look at third graders who have very high math scores. So these are the third graders that go on to do, you know, make a lot of patents. But conditional on having a very high third grade math score, kids that come from rich families are much, much more likely to go on to create a patent than kids from poor families. And so again, you know, that there are innocuous explanations of that as well, but I think that it's, you know, it's going to take a lot more to get more kids in. So then you also mentioned the issue that, because, you know, Harry brought up in his talk about the link to graduation rates. And I think one of the things that's been quite surprising is how disconnected with graduation rates a lot of our statistics are. Obviously, there are many community colleges with very low graduation rates. And what we see is that you know, graduation rates are obviously correlated with outcomes across like a broad swath of colleges. You know, Ivy League institutions have both higher outcomes and graduate students at a higher rate. But you know, you take a place like SUNY and their graduation rate is much, much lower, despite the fact that their outcomes seem quite similar. So my sense is that there are you know, two types of explanations that could explain this disjuncture. One is that it matters, and I think both really come back to a focus not just on kind of how much college you get, but on what exactly you are doing while you are there. So I think that it's, you know, if students are graduating with degrees or with sets of skills that aren't particularly useful, then if that's driving kind of the marginal completion differences, then that might not correlate that well with the labor force. Then also, if there are students who are in these colleges and they're not graduating, but in the time that they are there, they're still picking up useful skills. So for instance, you know, the example you gave about, you know, a kid goes to community college and like does a bunch of remedial coursework, but like can't progress towards an associate's. So on the one hand, maybe we're disappointed that they were unable to move out of kind of the remedial work. On the other hand, if what they really needed was to learn a bunch of the remedial work, you know, we can talk about whether community college or not is the right place for that, but that may be very helpful for them in the labor force. From our statistics, it's very difficult to know, and so that's, again, part of why I think in order to really get inside this black box, what we're trying to do is link together data from institutions that give a lot more detail on exactly the pathways that the kids are taking, whether the fields they're studying or the courses they're taking or the transfer pathways, and then just trying to link that to the long-run outcomes, obviously the intermediate outcomes as well, and we can try to get some sense of what exactly is, you know, to what extent are these shorter-term proxies like graduation rates a good measure of the long-term value of these educational pathways, and to what extent are they not?
Great.
Can I follow up on that real quick? So I think John is underselling a little bit the policy implications of some of the maybe you're just not mentioning it, not underselling it. But to me, I think the most important, the thing that like really stuck out to me like a bolt of lightning was the figures where you look by family income quintile and you say, if I know what college you went to, you have the same chance of getting into the top 20% regardless of your family income. Like, tell me another social program that has that kind of impact. Like, I mean, now we don't know how much of its impact, how much just, you know, selecting kids who are going to succeed regardless, but just the fact that this is a vehicle for that kind of mobility, I mean, there's nothing else that I've seen that's like that. And so it's kind of a, at least to me, like a call to action. It's like we need to figure out what's going on, and like maybe colleges really are the main vehicle for intergenerational mobility in this country. So anyway.
The question over here and then over here.
Hi, Cameron Smither from American Institutes of Research. I'll keep it brief. This is for John, again, about the cool mobility data. I really liked it. I'm really happy that you put it online. I think it's something that I know we're really interested in looking at and understanding more, as well as I'm sure a lot of people in this room. I just had a question about if, or how, if so, you handled location when you're trying to look at mobility. We've done a lot of work, or we did a limited amount of work on wage growth and found that that wasn't super great because there's not a lot of wages pre-college. But so if you're looking at quintile, how have you handled folks coming from Kentucky, say where I'm from, as opposed to someone from Stanford or from California or something like that?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and this is broadly, I think the broad issue is that your college, we think, is important for your economic outcomes, but there are also many other features around where you grew up or where you end up working, and those two things are often the same. So, we've done a bunch of things to try to basically isolate variation in colleges that we think holds a bunch of this locational stuff separately. So one thing I showed you is just looking at colleges that are all in the same place. And so I think that, at least from the college perspective, is going to hold a bunch of this stuff constant. The other thing we've done is we have done local price adjustments for both the parents based on where the parents live and the kids based on where the college is. You can also do it based on where the kid ends up living. And none of that really makes that much of a difference. And I think intuitively the reason why it doesn't make that much of a difference is that most of these stories are about why the level of economic activity or the level of wages are higher in one city versus another. But intergenerational mobility is fundamentally, it's not really about how much you earn, it's about how much you earn relative to what your parents earned. And because so many people end up growing up and then going to school and working in either the same area or very similar areas, you can kind of move something, there's a bunch of people in New York where their parents are richer, the kids are richer. There's a bunch of people who are in Texas where the parents are poor in absolute income, the kids have less money in absolute income, but kind of the relative outcomes are pretty similar. And so that's my intuition for why this stuff seems to matter less than you might think it would. But I mean, of course, I think it is, of course, if you are producing graduates in some setting, whether that's a physical location or an industry where there are no jobs, then obviously that's going to make it more difficult for you to deliver economic security to your students. And so, part of it is just the reality that, if I pick you up out of school in Oklahoma and I just force you to go to school in New York, like the causal effect of that is that you will be more likely to work in New York and you will be more likely to make more money. And that's part of the way the world works.
Of course, we also know from the labor market literature that geographic mobility in response to labor market conditions is much higher for people with BAs versus those without them. And I would imagine within the BA set, much, much higher for people who finished at the elite schools than at some of the other.
That's right, but that also highlights why you got to be really careful. So, what some people have suggested is to say, why don't you say rank students only against other students in the same city as opposed to nationally, right? And with that would of course take out the differences between higher wages in New York and lower wages in some other place. But if part of the way that you are successful as a student is exactly that you gain high skills and then you go to a city where there's an agglomeration of very high skilled firms to earn a high wage, then now you've taken that out as a pathway. And I don't think you want to do that. You want to leave that in.
Thank you. Let's get one last question in.
Rosemary Sutton from Cascadia College in Washington State. I have a very simple question for John on your cool data. With the gender effects, you were looking at income of young women in the early 30s as well as men, and sometimes women step out of the workforce for family reasons? So the question about gender.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's no way to understand this other than just empirically looking at different measures of wages. So we have done this. The data are online separately for men and for women for each college. And then we can also look at household incomes rather than individual earnings. The patterns are all very highly correlated. There are obviously some schools where it makes a tremendous difference. So, you know, at BYU, the outcomes of the men are very, very different from the outcomes of the women for, you know, choices that I think have nothing to do with the quality of the school. But again, broadly, you can do everything that I did only within men or only within women, and you'll, you know, the levels are a little bit different, just reflecting the gender gap in wages, but everything, the broad patterns are very similar.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much. And for those of you who were not here yesterday, the breakout sessions, you'll go kind of through this hallway and they're on the other side. And they will start at 11 o'clock, so we have about a 30-minute break. And if you want to choose your session, the details are in the schedule that was in the folder, and you can see who's going to be in each of the sessions and where exactly they are. Thank you. Thanks, guys. That was excellent.
Hey everyone, I'm Allie and welcome to
says to him, Winston, do you mind if I eat while we sleep? And he said, well, not at all, as long as I can still hear the music.
Tom. I guess, yeah, I'm just starting it. Let's see if my microphone is on. Hello? What's that? Okay. All right. All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started with our plenary session over lunch. I'm Shauna Smith-Jaggers. I'm from the Ohio State University and also a research affiliate at the Community College Research Center and at CAPSEE. And today our plenary session is going to discuss the choices that students make in college and whether those are likely to ensure their future labor market success, and whether colleges are helping students make those decisions in a streamlined way. Are they helping guide students into and through those high degree return pathways? And so this sort of accords with a larger movement that's happening with community colleges and four-year colleges across the country known as guided pathways. So we have three presenters here today to talk a little bit about their work in this area. The first is Tristan Denley, who is the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the Tennessee Board of Regents, and who prior to that was the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Austin Peay State University, like the vegetable. Tennessee is the state that is furthest along in developing guided pathways at a statewide level, so he'll talk a little bit about that. Next, we have Davis Jenkins. We were also supposed to have Bill Law, the president of St. Petersburg College, but his flight was delayed until cancellation, and so he cannot be here. But Davis is going to cover some of the same ground that Bill was going to cover in addition to his own discussion of his work. So Davis is a senior research scholar at the Community College Research Center at Teachers College, Columbia University, and he works with colleges and states across the country to find ways to improve the educational and employment outcomes for students. Together with me and Tom Bailey, he is one of the authors of Redesigning America's Community Colleges. And he's going to discuss how colleges are redesigning to improve labor market outcomes at scale. And then finally, we have Mike Collins, who's the Vice President for Post-Secondary State Policy at Jobs for the Future. And he's led Job for the Future's state policy work for initiatives such as Achieving the Dream and the Developmental Education Initiative and Completion by Design. And he's going to talk a little bit about creating a statewide infrastructure for scaling guided pathways. So let's go ahead and get started with Tristan.
Thanks so much. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for the invitation. So it's really happy to be able to tell you really about sort of a journey that TBR has been on for the last 3 or 4 years in putting a coherent guided pathway structure in place across the system. What I'm going to talk about is work that's happened at both the 2-year and the 4-year schools, and really try to show you at least some of the data that's behind some of the changes that we've made. If you're interested, there are 4 or 5 recent technical briefs that are all on our website, so you can download a lot more data that talks about this work. So all this began by trying to create really clear transfer pathways across the system. So this is work that really began back in 2010. There was some legislation, the Complete College Tennessee Act, that required us to create some transfer pathways which would flow from two-year schools into four-year schools in a seamless way, where all of the credits would both transfer and also count towards all those degrees. What I did was to really build on that, so that when these began, they were just simply lists of classes. And what we found was that we listed them in alphabetical order, and we got worried when students started taking them in alphabetical order. So we realized that we really needed to sequence them in some way that made some curricular sense, and that's what we began to do, as well as developing more. There are now 56 of these. And then what we did was, so we did this by convening groups of faculty right from all over the state. And what we asked them to do was to actually sequence those classes, and we used a discrete optimization technique, sort of a discrete optimization menu, to enable them to sequence those classes where, if they followed that structure, all of the pathways would actually fit together. Really knowing that students would change their minds sometimes, there would be advantage. If they move from one to another, then they lose as little, if anything, they lose as little as credits as possible. So there was an overall design to that, and that seems to gain us some significant success. But it still didn't overcome the fundamental problem, which was the fact that students to follow a pathway, they have to actually choose one. And so we began this work to see, well, we have, as I said, we have 56 of these pathways, and at each institution probably 100 or so different degree programs and majors. And of course, choice paralysis really plays out, that when we have hundreds of choices, or even tens of choices, where one of the choices is you can choose later, humans will very often choose later. And that's what we found, that about 30% of our students, when they came to our institutions, they didn't choose a program, they just decided that they'd put that off until later on. So did that make any difference? Well, we wanted to see whether it did, and so we actually did that longitudinal analysis, and we're pretty shocked to find that of the students who came in undecided, more than half of them actually dropped out of college completely before they even chose anything at all. Let me say that again. They came in undecided, but rather than wandering around to find themselves and eventually figure out what they wanted to do, more than half of them just simply dropped out while they were still searching. So what we realized was we needed to change that choice architecture, change the way in which students would be onboarded into our institutions. And so as a system, we agreed on the set of what we call academic focus areas. Now people call them meta majors, mega majors, all kinds of different clusters of affinity groups of disciplines. You can see in our system they are not mutually exclusive, and deliberately so. And the idea was then that from fall 2015 onwards, every student in our system, when they came to, when they began at an institution, if they knew the program they wanted to do, well then great, then they would choose it. But if they didn't know what they wanted to do, then we went through a process of advising where we helped them to choose at least one of these focus areas, so that they would all have a definitive academic direction when they began. And what we found was that process had a lot of, I think, rather unforeseen properties. The first is that it really enabled people to actually choose definitive programs. I wasn't sure exactly which way this would go, whether we would actually end up with more people who would be in focus areas than we used to have undecided. I always think about Isaac Newton for some odd reason when he began at Trinity College, Cambridge, and maybe they'd say, well, Isaac, what do you want to do? And he would say, well, I don't know, physics, math, alchemy, one of those. Maybe I'll begin in a STEM focus. I don't know. But that isn't actually what happened. What happened was that students instead, they would talk to advisors, and they would say, well, yeah, of course I know that I want to be one of those, maybe in a social science field. I'm not completely undecided. We found very, very, very few students who literally had no idea what they wanted to do. But instead, they were conflicted between one or two different disciplines. And as we then talked more about what it was that was the rubbing point between those disciplines, what we discovered was they weren't really conflicted between those disciplines. They just didn't know what the disciplines were. So maybe they conflicted between sociology and social work, and it was the fact that they didn't really know what those disciplines were that was the problem. And so when we explained it, so you can see, we basically halved the number of students who were no longer in undecided, but now in those focus areas, but they still have a direction. And so again, we asked them for the reasons behind what they studying, what they were choosing. And you can see overwhelmingly they all have good reasons for the choice that they're making, that there's an interest in that direction, or so they know somebody who does that kind of thing, or a well-paying job. At least for this morning, maybe the important thing is the little stem of the apple there, that you can see that less than 1% of the students say, well, I chose because you made me. That's why I chose. So, in other words, it really is the case that by calling the question, by reframing that choice architecture and saying, you know what, let's everyone begin with a definitive academic direction, that we really were successful in doing that in a way which was much more than checking a box. All right, well, so what are the other barriers then along these pathways? Are there, if it is the case that we have definitive pathways that run across institutions and run through institutions, and it is the case that now we've enabled people to actually choose those definitive pathways, what are the major barriers along the way? Well, for us, one of the very major barriers, and it's been talked a lot over the last couple of days, is developmental education. We had about 60% of our students who would begin in our colleges and universities needing some kind of remediation in math, reading or writing, or some combination of the above. But when we looked at within one academic year, what proportion of those students would complete the credit-bearing class, not complete the remediation, but complete the credit-bearing class, what we found was, and I think this has now been reproduced across multiple states, what we found was that about 12% of our math students, for instance, began in developmental math, and within an academic year were able to complete a credit-bearing math class. There's a little bit more in English, it was about 30%, but still sort of shockingly low, especially after about a decade's work in Tennessee to try to improve the quality of remediation. So what we did was we investigated the viability of what has now been called the co-requisite model, where now the students, and we now have completely implemented this in the state, from fall 2015 onwards, every student, rather than beginning in a standalone developmental class, they now begin in a credit-bearing class, in the math class that's in their pathway, or if it's English, then in freshman writing, and if it's reading, then a class which is twinned with a co-requisite class in reading. And then while they're taking that credit-bearing class, they are also required to be in a simultaneous supplementary instruction experience which enables them to be successful in that credit-bearing class. What we found is that that has been stunningly successful. I'm just going to show here the results in math, but as I've already shared, it's true in English and in reading too. You can see that with that 12% baseline has increased up to 55%. Which is really a stunning increase. But you can see also that the increase is not just for those who are the most prepared students. I've disaggregated here by ACT scores, ACT math subscores. We're an ACT state, so this is a sensible kind of measure of preparation for us. You can see that the improvements are all across the ACT spectrum. Same kind of picture for writing, same kind of picture for reading, and the same kind of picture also if you look for different subpopulations. So low-income students, students of color, adult students, we see exactly the same picture. Again, 500% increases all across the ACT bands. So very encouraging, and we are still, of course, looking for ways in which we can yet improve this. This is last year's results, the full academic year. Of course, fall 2016 has happened, and what I can tell you is the results we had in fall 2016 are already better than last year, the entire year. So we are yet making, and as soon as I have those results, I'll be happy to share them. So altogether then, if you think about this work in pathways and this work in co-requisite, has it made an impact across the system? Yes, I think that's the easy answer. It is, of course, the fact that we've only been doing this for 3 and a bit years, and so there's no way in which you would imagine that this would increase 6-year graduation rates. But it does, in fact, increase 3- and 4-year graduation rates. So the 3-year graduation rate in our community colleges has gone up 42% over the last 3 years, and 25% for the 4-year graduation rates in the 4-year schools. And I'm also happy to tell you that those changes have been disproportionately true for underserved populations. So for our minority students, it's an 88% increase in the 3-year graduation rate in the 2-year schools, and a more than 50% increase for the 4-year schools. So really a very encouraging increase. So I wanted to share with you just a little bit about what we're learning about the structure of these pathways and the data that might lie behind it. So first of all, across our system, of course, students are in maybe about 5,000 different courses each academic year, about 1 million head count. But it turns out that the enrollment in those courses is highly concentrated. So if you look at those courses, those 8,000 courses, more than half of the system-wide population is enrolled in about 30 of those courses. So it's very highly concentrated. But there's more going on than that. So as well as where everybody is, I wanted to see sort of the structural interaction between these courses. So I'm a graph theorist by trade. I guess this is how graph theorists think. But so we created this graduate transcript graph. So each vertex on this graph is a course which appears on a graduate's transcript over the last decade across TBR. And then we join together courses which appear together on a graduate's transcript. And then, at least for today anyway, the bigger and bluer the vertex is, the more that happened. This is sort of an entertaining thing that a graph theorist might do on a Saturday afternoon, or if they have a late flight. But it might be sort of useless, but it turns out to actually be pretty useful, because this graph has a known structure. It's a small world graph. Just like the internet, just like actors in movies, just like social structures in general. So this whole idea of 6 degrees of freedom and the ideas of viral spread across small world graphs, all of this comes into play. So if you like, math and English are sort of the Kevin Bacon of curriculum. Maybe you could think of it that way. Well, as I say, this idea of this structure of small world graphs is powerful. If you infect a small world graph with a virus, or you remove vertices from a small world graph, it matters which vertex you infect or which vertex you remove. If you remove the ones around the edges, basically nothing happens. But if you do that to the ones in the middle, the whole thing falls apart almost immediately. So this kind of captures the fact that these 30 courses, it's not only just where everybody's enrolled. What happens in those courses has an enormous effect on the overall likelihood of success of students. So let me sort of show you what that might look like. This is 10,000 students in community colleges, 2,500 of students who completed both their English and math in their first year, 2,500 who completed their math, 2,500 who completed their English, and 2,500 who didn't complete either in their first year. And gradually, as they drift up the screen, they amass student credit hours towards their degrees. And across the top, I've shown you the graduation rates. As they graduate, they get counted. So you can see the stunning differences between, even in that first year, just how successful those students are in completing those early courses. So maybe I can sort of show you more carefully. I've sorted them now, so the red ones will all be in the left and the green ones all on the right. And those big stripes, those are going to be bar graphs. So as the students gradually drop out, so you see those bars drop. So watch the red one. These are the students who didn't complete either their English or their math. Watch them just leak out of the system. It's really astonishing. So this idea of this sort of fundamental role of reading and writing and mathematics to the overall curricular structure, it's much more important than we ever really imagined. Look at the difference in graduation rates, if you wanted to look at 6-year graduation rates, between just what happens in those first year, between those 2 classes alone. This kind of gets the structure of that viral spread. It's also the case that we're learning that it's important that the students feel like they're studying what they thought they chose. Right? If we're going to make them choose something, they should feel like they're studying that. And this builds off some work that Davis did and his team. So again, same kind of idea. Now the blue students did not study at least 3 courses in their first year in their particular focus area, and the green students did. Again, look at the graduation rates and the non-graduates as it unfolds as they drift up. Massively higher graduation rates for the students who in that first year felt like they were studying what they thought they chose. And that sort of bears itself out again in these sort of baseline graduation rates. You can see basically twice the graduation rate in community colleges for students who even attempt those courses. I think Davis's early work suggested that when they passed those classes that they were much more successful. Of course, that was an important finding. It turns out that even attempting those classes, now this is an advising issue. This is about the way in which we design these pathways. And again, this is also true in the university setting too, that it's not quite as pronounced, but still a good 50% increase. What I'm happy to say is the way in which we designed the pathways that I alluded to earlier it really was the case that we knew about the work that Davis and his team had done, and so we built that into the structure of the pathways. What's been great is that because of that change in advising, we actually have significantly increased the proportion of students who have actually been taking those classes as part of their first year. But you can see it's still less than half of the students in community colleges, so there's still much work to be done. But really, we weren't trying to do this specifically. This is a collateral effect of other work we're doing. It's now the case that we are, in a very concerted way, trying to make this happen. Maybe the last thing I want to share with you is just a recent finding that links all this with academic mindset. So I'm going to show you that same animation, but I'm going to freeze it just at the beginning of semester 3. So there it is, just between 2 and 3. And you can see the sort of front of that wave is all green. The front of that wave is all students who, in that first year, they took courses which involved courses which were things that they thought that had something to do with what they chose. It led us to start to look at academic mindset, and that's exactly what we did. We did a very large-scale survey of our incoming class, looking at how they felt about the courses and how they regarded themselves as learners. What we found was that there is, exactly as that suggests, a very deep connection between the perceived perception of students feeling that the courses that they're taking really have something to do with what it is that they envisage as their academic direction. Again, this is perception. Of course, it's the case that all of the courses count in this in an important academic way. But whether they regard those classes as having that purpose, you can see the effect size is just enormous. Just as we were seeing, that earned hour percentage is what puts those, the front of that wave being green. You can see the effect size is almost 5. So again, this is work that's ongoing for us to try to help students understand that purpose. And it really, to tie it all together, very much is embodied in this recent Math Pathways work that I know some of you will be familiar with the CAPSEE group and the new AMPS project. This is work that we've done over the past few years in Tennessee, and making sure that in each of these pathways there is a definitive math class which actually really does link to the material that the students are learning. But now you can see it really it has all kinds of payoffs we didn't imagine. We believed that it was right that students should learn the math that was pertinent to their discipline. What we didn't know is that it was also important for them to realize that purpose actually makes them much more successful in and of itself. So that's the story so far in Tennessee, and I'm happy to be able to share it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I want to talk about a burgeoning movement among colleges to try to take advantage of these ideas that have come out of our research, Tristan's incredible work on the ground with his colleagues in Tennessee, with the ultimate goal of improving so that CAPSEE that happens 10 years from now will see much better outcomes from higher education. And we've learned a lot from CAPSEE in designing this. And, part of this is about redesigning colleges. The theory here is scaling up discrete programs is not going to work. You have to redesign fundamentally. And this involves rethinking how we do things. And, the student goes from left to right, from, thinking about going to college to when they enter. They're progressing through and completing, and not just completing it, they're moving on in the labor market and further education. So that's how the student goes, and often we think that education programs are sort of built in this way, from you have to redo Dev Ed before you can get to your first Gen Ed courses, and then you have to take all your Gen Eds before you can take something of interest to you, and then you decide on what you're going to do next in terms of jobs when you're near completion. The perspective here is very different. It's starting with the end in mind, and the end is careers and further education leading to careers. Starting with the end in mind and backward designing program requirements to labor market and further education requirements, clearly mapping out the pathways and helping students as they negotiate these pathways, rethinking the front end so that it's not a sorting system now, but an on-ramp to a program of study with the key goal of helping students explore, which is really critical for students finding a good match, explore programs of study and then enter programs of study by passing those key gateway courses, and then building this down actually into the high schools and earlier on. So this involves a new mindset, not the kind of mindset that Tristan was talking about. This is a more metaphorical mindset of, thinking different. So, we talked a lot about sub-baccalaureates and career programs and academic, and I'll show you what this looks like. But in the Pathways framework, you think more about academic and career communities, and I'll show you what that looks like. There's a big distinction, and Tom talked about it yesterday, of certificates and degrees. I was actually part of the movement in the 90s, career pathways, that talked about stacking certificates. Unfortunately, we find it hardly ever happens. So we're moving from this idea of stacked certificates and degrees to degrees with embedded certificates and certifications. We're moving from, and I alluded to this sort of process, where the practice of helping students with their job and further education placements at the end, and in Tennessee we were just talking that actually for community college students, their choice of, they apply to the university right now after they graduate, which is crazy. There needs to be before, to starting from the beginning, and ideally in high school with your career planning. In high school, over 1 million community college students are high school students. Dual enrollment has grown dramatically, but a lot of those students are just taking random courses, in the words of one student we talked to in Washington, to a more structured exploration while you're in high school, all of the sort of high school academy model. And instead of just employer-school partnerships, to thinking about this in a regional way. So I'm just going to quick run through, because Shauna's, give me 5 minutes, but just to let this roll over you, because this is a big change in process. So this is Northeast Wisconsin Technical College, 8,000 students, over 90 programs. And in the past, like if you went to their website, they'd be alphabetically listed. So that's why you have a lot of accounting measures. If you had AA zoology, you'd have zoology measures. But so they've organized these into these fields of interest. So this is what you see when you type in programs at Northeast Wisconsin. And then this is the transportation logistics field of interest. And you'll notice on the right side there the list of all the programs in those areas. And it's sort of like what excites you, you might be interested in this. Because this is actually a big field that very few students know, hardly anything about, especially in Green Bay. And so you move to the program slide, and it shows you, it describes the program, it gives you labor market information, and then for every program, it has these 5 drop-down menus. What careers are in my future? So it has career information. How do I get started in this program? When's it available, and what are the requirements? What will I learn? These are the maps that Tristan was alluding to, the semester by semester maps. And then very critically in this field, what's next after graduation? So this isn't just, well, you can go to University of Wisconsin. This is, you can go to University of Wisconsin in logistics at UW Green Bay in these particular programs. And actually in the logistics field, you can get decent jobs, warehouse jobs with a certificate and associate degree, but the best jobs in this field are going to people with bachelor's degrees. So eventually students in this field, if they want to, and that's what CAPSEE shows, the certificate, you get a bump, but you level off. If they want to proceed, they have to go to a bachelor's degree, but this takes them not to all of University of Wisconsin's umpteen hundred degrees, but to the ones that are relevant to the field. And then what else do I need to know about the program? Internship, study abroad kind of things. And again, information about financial program costs, and then where you can talk to someone who knows something about this program, all in one sort of package. Another example from, and Bill Law unfortunately wasn't able to be here, but St. Pete Community College, 30,000 students, over 180 programs. They used to have them in alphabetical order, 180 even on a website. It takes a long time to scroll. They've organized them into these 10 academic and career communities. And you'll see how they're arrayed. They're arrayed in terms of students' career interests. And it includes, by the way, arts and humanities, which is very cool to look at how they're advertising arts and humanities for you folks who think this is killing the liberal arts. And social and behavioral sciences for sociologists, economists. But, and when you drill down in one of these, they show all of the programs all of the programs, from the certificates. And students don't know what certificates are. We know they have labor market value often, but they don't even know what they are, which is one reason they don't stack them. The associate degrees, the transfer degrees, and then in Florida, which I think is one of the most wildly successful innovations in post-secondary education in the last 20 years, these applied baccalaureate degrees, or workforce-focused baccalaureate degrees, which now the Senate of Florida, in their wisdom, is trying to kill. But that's another story. And so in connection with each of these labor market data, and then the map for every program, and you'll see this is the sequence of courses for a computer networking degree. The blue things are certifications, and when if I'm the student and I take the first 8 courses, I'm getting a message, Davis, you should go to our testing center and take the CompTIA A+. This will be good on your resume. But by the way, Davis, you should really finish out this program because, the certification can be helpful in the resume, but to get these kind of jobs, you need this associate in science degree, and at your pace, this is how long it's going to take and how much it's going to cost, and if you want to do it faster, see your advisor, and we'll work out summer programs. And for 4-year programs, they have the entire 4-year laid out. And in addition to the curriculum, the red things, which you can't read on this Candyland kind of diagram, are co-curricular requirements. So if you're in business and part of the business curriculum is you should get an internship between 16 and 30 credits, it's like, Davis, we see you haven't done your internships. Go to the Career Center. Internships are going to get you jobs. We can help you get one. Or Davis, you want to apply to University of South Florida, and I'm between 31 and 40 credits. We see you haven't gotten your application in. We see you want to major in business there. We see you know that USF requires a 3.5 in business calculus. You're on track. And so if you need help, go to our transfer center. So just like we can track a curriculum, they can track these other things. So here's hearing from one of their students.
The Guided Pathways Initiative was an initiative put together to help students guide on a path to start smart and finish strong. St. Petersburg College became involved in the movement. We were offered to participate in the initiative from the AACC Pathways with the Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation.
St. Petersburg College had been one of 30 colleges to be invited to do this. I thought, this is fantastic. We're giving students a tool. We tell them from a faculty's perspective, this is the best curriculum you can take, and this is the order you should take it in.
We've put together a number of deans, faculty, and advisors. We've had a number of summer institutes in which we decided on what to put together to make the best path for student success.
For me as a student, when I came over from high school, I was dead set on becoming a doctor. But then as I continued to go through the organic chemistry, it was just not something that I wanted to see myself doing for the next 20, 30 years. My advisor first introduced me to the Guided Pathways. She said, I understand your frustrations, I understand your confusion, and we'll put in your strengths and weaknesses and really find out what would be a best suit for you in your career. I was able to see the different options that I could go in. You could see the salaries and you can see the years of experience needed. I then realized that I didn't lose much time. The things that I took for biology were also able to roll over into the degree of the business program. Using Guided Pathways, it stopped me from doing something that I never really wanted to do and put me on the path to success for my career.
I think students have a general idea what they want to do, but they need more focused help. I think more students are going to graduate quicker. I think more students are going to not retake as many classes. And if they want to try something else, it's probably one course that it has cost them instead of a year of searching.
The process of Guided Pathways includes helping the student realize their career choice, working with advisors to get on a pathway in which they've chosen based on their career, taking the necessary courses on the path, and then finishing strong, having all the necessary resources to surround them with the support they need in order to finish.
The initiatives we're already doing, such as College Experience, Smart Start, and Early Alert, instead of us running off in several different directions, Guided Pathways pulls everything together.
It includes an opportunity for the advisors to help students understand the college experience model. That's working with the learning plans and having the out-of-class support.
I think that the communities are possibly the missing piece to a lot of our curriculum. In each of the communities, we will have assigned advisors, librarians, business associates, and faculty. And I think having that entire team work together to support student success will be a game changer.
It's important for everyone at the college to jump on board because it's a conversation that students need to hear college-wide. The best thing we can do is all support the initiative, continue to evolve the academic pathways, and promote the pathways to our current students and our new students.
Guided pathways would be something that I highly recommend to students who ask me how I started out in the biology program, how I ended up in the capstone class of the business department, and then how I ended up getting an internship at Raymond James. It's the best thing that I think I could have done in an early stage in my life.
So the key thing here is that this isn't just a program for 700 students. This is for all their students, and they've got 700 entering students. And so a key challenge for community colleges, especially in 4 years, is how to redesign advising. And they're redesigning advising by completely rethinking it around the kinds of questions students are asking. And for CAPSEE, it starts before college. What are my career options? What are my program options? What are the program requirements? Am I making progress? How do I get work experience in my field? And then how do I, make sure that I finish strong? So they're trying different ways to do this, again, with very limited resources. Jackson Community College has navigators that call the student before they even enroll and stick with them, and they liaise with the academic departments. Lansing has academic coaches, and then they have their professional advisors embedded in the career communities, the 7 or 8 that they've developed. And San Jacinto has admissions advisors, but then they get them with education planners in their career pathways, which are their name for meta majors, and they have a career and employment team that helps them finish strong. So they're all trying this different. This is the new student checklist for the navigators at Jackson Community College in Michigan who call students, and it says, welcome to Jackson College. What are you planning to do at Jackson College? And it starts talking, the second questions about your program interest and your pathway. And Jackson has their programs in these 5 meta majors, they call them pathways, and they have information. And from this first contact, which is a telephone call before the student enters, they're asked, what do you want to do? And then this is reinforced at orientation in their first year experience course, which is customized to their area of interest. They have to take a course in their area of interest in the first term to see, do I really like business? I didn't know it involved math. I thought you just made money. But do they experience it? There's really surprising, and this is relevant to CAPSEE, maybe it should be an IES thing, but there's very little research on how students choose a major that works for them. Steinbrickner and Steinbrickner, most of the research is out of these 2 people. It's amazing, they both ended up at Northwestern University and they're studying the same thing. I don't think that was good strategy for hiring, but nevertheless, they're married. Okay. This Steinbrickner and Steinbrickner is what we know in the U.S. There is more in Europe, but it basically says this isn't about information. It's about a process of exploration. Am I good at this? Do I like this? Do I fit in? And then, very importantly, and how do I network with people who can connect me to internships and to know someone at the university in the business school and who can say, Davis, you're good at this, if I'm a kid who's first generation. How do I connect this? So again, Sinclair Community College in Dayton, Ohio, requires students in the first term to choose one of these 6 career communities. And check out this website, which I think has really been well designed around, it's called Career Connection. They have students in the first term do this exploration process. By the end of the first term, and this is true at all of these colleges, you develop a full program plan, and if it's a 4-year, it's a 4-year, if it goes through the baccalaureate, through that. And then once you're in your program, you want to gain experience. So how do I get internships? How do I do program and get experience? And then how do I finish strong to be able to be ready to transfer efficiently and get into the labor market? This is the kind of, they too started about 2013. This takes about at least 3 years to get going. They too have been doing co-requisite. Similar results. This is the take at least 9 credit hours in your program of study in the first year. They've gone from, say, around 30, 35% to half of all students, and the red is for minority students. African American males still lagging, but it's double what it was, more than double before. So we're seeing dramatic increases in this program momentum, which is correlated with long-term success. And these are from the past. Only 9% of students in the past who didn't complete 9 program credits in their area of interest in 1 year ever got any kind of degree, compared to 40% of those who passed more than 9. So the key here is moving this down into the high schools. This is Pierce College website. You CAPSEE people will love this because it's sort of mapped out for you. It maps their different credentials. These are in business, certificates, associate degrees, bachelor's degrees to particular jobs. You'll see on the left-hand side, there's job information, there's career interest information. And underneath of these is a program map and information that becomes the basis for the student's plan that their progress is tracked on. What's significant about what Pierce is doing, and this is the one for math education, and links to the 4-year programs in education, the jobs in the Washington State, and also the Washington State teacher certification. What's significant, though, is that they're now building these paths down into the high schools. And having their dual enrollment, all dual enrollment students have to take a student success course. They have to choose a roadmap, at least a broad field. They have to develop a full program plan. And this, if you're interested in business or computer science, we were talking about that earlier, this tells you what courses in high school you need to be taking. It also talks about what kind of internship and other experiences you should be getting. So I'll pass it on to Mike.
Thank you, Davis.
It's been a great conference, and really glad to be here. I want to continue the conversation, but first I want to just say, and I know this is a culmination, but I was telling Tom Bailey, it seems like this is just a beginning, because the importance of labor market information to completion just seems to be so important to the importance of just kind of economic mobility. So I just wanted to start by saying that this work, CAPSEE's work, is critical to JFF's mission. We are all about skills and credentials that people need to advance in our economy, and we're about economic mobility for all. One of the things that I want to do in the short time that I have, and you have a lot going for you, my voice is not okay, and so I'm going to speed this up, but one of the things that I think that we have to square is all of the amazing information that we've heard with how this touches down on the ground. So we know that we've got to transform colleges to be able to do this work, to be able to provide the guided pathways, the excellent work that we just heard about. So how is that going to happen? I want to talk a little bit about that, and I want you to think about your role in that. So I'd like to ground my comments in work that JFF has been doing with a host of national partners over the last decade in really working on community college completion. So if you think about the last 10 years, and I know this reform has been happening for more than 10 years, but if you think about, let's say, starting in 2004 with the advent of Achieving the Dream, which I'm hoping everybody here knows about, there was this focus on student completion. And I want to just really quickly talk about there's an arc to lessons that we've learned that set us up today to really make a difference in supporting colleges to do some of the things that we just heard about. So in Achieving a Dream, JFF was working with the states you see here. Some of our state partners are actually in the room. Jan Yoshiwara I saw earlier, Lisa Chapman from North Carolina, great partners for the last decade. Part of what we learned in Achieving the Dream was the importance of, that shift from access to completion, and we were primarily focused on state and system level policy around that. Then going in the next kind of initiative, looking at the front end of the student experience, we really focused in on assessment and developmental education and what to do there. Learning that front end is not going to be enough, stepping back and coming back up and looking at the full range of the student experience. Davis showed you the kind of the lost momentum framework, looking at what do we need to do at the beginning of the student's experience all the way through became the lens. And what I want to talk about, to use the rest of my time today to talk about, is some work that we've been doing, again, with national partners that is focused on what we call a Student Success Center. We got some support from the Kresge Foundation to develop a concept, and I want to tell you a little bit more about it. The Post-Secondary State Policy Network has 16 states in it. 13 of those states have what we call a Student Success Center. You see them here. I'm going to keep it moving here. You see where they are housed. They're typically housed in a community college association or system office. You see the partners there. And their sole purpose really is to create kind of coherence out of all of the multiple kind of completion initiatives that have been happening. You saw 4 that I just ran down, but there are state, federal, private initiatives that colleges are grappling with, and the Student Success Centers grew out of work that 4 states were doing that really they were really trying to look at all of those initiatives and organize them in ways that colleges could kind of engage the different initiatives in ways that made sense for their unique goals. So really providing that coherence. The centers today are making up a network. Again, I was talking about there are 13 of them. We're going to grow that, tell you a little bit about that in a minute. But they have these major functions. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the critical importance of what the centers are doing within their respective states is that they are providing kind of a central place to disseminate evidence-based best practices and to essentially accelerate learning. And when we take that, what's happening in those respective states and bubble that up to a national level, we're really able to, I think, provide unprecedented levels of support across colleges. So there are some expectations that centers have, and I want to talk really quickly about the 4th bullet there. They are really about supporting colleges to take on innovative models. And I'm happy to report that the innovative model that they've taken on really is guided pathways, right? So we've got this convergence of these centers working across all of the colleges in their states, all committed to working on guided pathways. As you can see here, the potential for the Student Success Center network is really large. You can see the numbers there. I'm not going to run through them, but if we can provide services and supports through those centers to help those colleges make some of the changes that they need to make to do some of the things that Tristan and Davis talked about, I think that we will be acting on a lot of the good information that we've heard here today. So I'm happy to share that JFF and a host of national partners, many of them in this room, Achieving the Dream, CCRC, and a host of other partners will be working together to essentially build out kind of a technical assistance support for the centers to really help them in their efforts to help colleges. JFF has a number of responsibilities here. I'm not going to go into them all, but I want to thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They have invested in the network and in the partners. We have a significant investment to grow the network, to support and sustain the network, and really most importantly for this audience, we are going to be working with kind of the national technical assistance kind of community, hopefully engaging people in this room around what we need to do to create a supportive infrastructure for colleges to be able to have the support that they need to do the institutional transformation. So really quickly, how this touches down in the Student Success Centers, we have surveyed them to identify when you're trying to do some of the work that Tristan laid out or some of the work that Davis laid out, what are the things you're struggling with? So one of the number one things Davis mentioned, number one things that came up was advising. So how do you help students make choices about programs of study? How do you help them with the implications of labor market returns? How do you support them all the way through? We're going to be providing services and supports around that, but also, and this is not in rank order. I just gave you a sample of some of the needs that they identified. Actually, the highest need was advising, then dev ed and transfer were right up there, but I wanted to put here some of the other things that they identified that are very specific to the CAPSEE conversations around connections to labor market. So we'll be providing services and supports around that. And this is, thankfully, my last slide because I'm kind of running out of voice here. But one of the most important things that I'd like to get through is that a lot of the conversations that we have around institutional transformation have taken place in a very kind of discrete and retail ways, right? There are 1,200 community colleges. There's no way that we are going to be able to solve this problem individually. You're going to have pockets of, kind of high performance and excellence that nobody else is going to know about. And so part of what we're trying to do, again, with the field, this is not JFF, we're going to be working with CCRC, Achieving the Dream, National Center for Inquiry and Improvement. We want to figure out how to work with people like Tristan. How do we package what they've learned in Tennessee and provide a set of services that we scale out to all colleges? I wanted to end with showing you some of the things that the Student Success Center directors have identified as really important needs for them. We want to make sure that we can build a system to where technical assistance providers, people that are helping the colleges, actually have some grounding in the field. They know the college's pain points, but then we also have to make sure that we're scaling services and supports. So right now, most of you know the market for support for this kind of work is it's very weak, it's very fragmented, it's very focused on singular solutions. Well, Guided Pathways is a comprehensive student success strategy. You can't just do one solution, right? You need integrated solutions. So we are trying to work with people in the field. Davis and others are central to this, but importantly, we can't clone Davis. We would not want to do that. But part of the problem is how do we have what Davis knows, what Tristan knows, and provide that across all the colleges within states. So we're working on train-the-trainer type models. We're convening, we're trying to accelerate knowledge transfer by having centers and colleges come together. And I just wanted to let you know that this work is happening. We're going to be growing the Student Success Center network, the Gates Foundation support, and also the support of local funders. I saw Amy Kerwin earlier, Great Lakes. I want to thank them for their support. But other funders, Belk, Cynthia Liston was here, John Belk Endowment. We're going to be growing the centers. We are hoping to, actually my program officer is here, so we're not hoping, we are going to build to 20 centers by 2020, and would love to continue the conversation around how people in this room can be involved. I think research plays an important role. We want to figure out how that factors in here. With that, I'm going to just say thank you for the opportunity, and I want to keep in touch with you on what you can bring to what we're trying to do as we build this work out to help colleges do some of the great things we've heard about today. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all of our panelists. I think that we're going to be having, oh, I see a microphone there and one over there. And while people are making their way to the microphones, I'll go ahead and ask a first question here, which is a concern that I often hear from folks around guided pathways is, okay, so you're going to make students choose a meta major or a career cluster up front. Within that, they have a lot of flexibility to then do further choice. But what if that initial broad choice turns out to be a bad one for them and they need to make a switch to a different? So I noticed that in the video from St. Petersburg College in Florida, that one of the folks in that video said, well, if they want to do something else and they want to switch out of this meta major, it's probably one course that it's going to cost them instead of a whole year. Can you unpack that statement a little bit, any of you?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about what we've been doing in Tennessee. And I kind of alluded to that when I talked about the design of these pathways, that we actually went about that deliberately from a large-scale perspective, rather than getting each faculty member or each group of faculty on each campus to sequence those classes out. Instead, we asked faculty teams from across the state to work together to do it using this sort of discrete optimized kind of structure. It was really a recipe that they could follow. If they followed that recipe, then all of these pathways fit together to make a coherent whole. And the property is that actually it has the property you just described, that when students do move from one pathway to another, It isn't always the case, actually, that they lose anything at all. But it is, in fact, the case that now when they move from one pathway to another, the loss is as little as it could possibly ever be mathematically. And so to some degree, we've really minimized that loss as much as we could hope. I mean, the flip side is also true. I mean, when I was at Austin Peay, I really felt this. You know, every year we had a very good, still do. They have a very, very good nursing program, and it's extremely selective and it's a very hard curriculum to get into. So they go through that first 2 years, and this is not atypical. You go through that first 2 years, and then if you're in the top 50 students, then you make it into that nursing program. And we would have students who, they'd fight through those first 2 years, they'd work incredibly hard, they'd get into the nursing program, only to discover that there was blood, and they just didn't like blood. Well, it would have been nice for them to have realized that all the way back at the beginning. They may well have made very different choices. Same in education, that, you know, people would discover that they don't like children. And so having these, and you know, it's partly funny, but it's partly sad. So finding ways in which we can deliberately both enable people to recognize those definitive academic directions, but also to realize if what they thought that program was, or they thought that discipline was, really isn't that at all, well, find out early so you can make sure that you find something that really does fit you.
And Shauna, you mentioned St. Pete. So one of the things they've done in the pathways is map out their advising processes. One process is changing a community. So they have figured out, they're refining this because they're learning as they go, how to get that student who thought he wanted medical school, you know, when they want to change. And the maps make much clearer when you get locked in. Tristan's done a lot of work on this. I mean, students were making these changes anyhow, or more likely they were just sort of plowing ahead in pre-nursing, never getting nursing, or plowing ahead with gen eds, not seeing the relevance, getting discouraged. And there was no structure within which to make that. So I don't think people have figured out entirely, but they're on a path to learning about how to do this. And St. Pete also has a whole process for they've labeled students green, yellow, red, depending upon how fixed the student is, how sure they are about that this is my area of study. So they have a whole process, and those of you in colleges, I can send you their process maps, and they're incredible, and they're drafts that they're working on, but they have a whole process for figuring out how to get the reds who are in their parents' basement and there because their parents are forcing them to be yellow, then green, and the yellow who are interested in business but don't know whether I want finance, marketing to that next level. Again, they're learning. There's so little research out there on how to do this, so the field is really learning about how to do this, but at least it's intentional and deliberate, like Tristan was saying.
Tom, you have a question?
Tristan,
sir,
on this, could you say a little, I mean, so you've presented these changes, and could you say something about the cost? I don't remember that Tennessee has been flooding resources into their higher education system. So how have you been able to do this? Maybe I'm wrong, but...
Well, I will take the opportunity to very much thank the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Lumina Foundation for their support in doing this work. But it's also the case that much of the work has also been around really repurposing what it is that we're doing. That it isn't, I'm a sort of a tremendous believer in realizing that we can't make change which is dependent on grant funding or philanthropy funding. It has to be about changing our basic operation to be something else. So actually, some of the work that Davis and his team has done is to put a cost on, for instance, the co-requisite model. And at least what their numbers show is, well, yeah, we're teaching many more classes. So of course, if you're teaching many more classes, the instructional cost will go up because there's simply more classes being taught. But a more interesting statistic is to look at the cost per success. So the way in which that instructional investment is actually producing success in the student body, and the cost per success has been cut in half. So there's a sense in which, I mean, I think you can make a reasonable case to say that institutions cannot afford not to do this.
A question for Mike. You were talking about the Student Success Centers and how Jobs for the Future is supporting them. Are those primarily targeted at two-year colleges, or do they also incorporate guided pathways at four-year colleges?
It's a great question, and the Student Success Center network at this time primarily focuses on the two-year sector. Naturally, the transfer function is there, but there's a question around kind of what does that look like for the 4 years?
And in general, are we seeing this kind of guided pathways work taken up more by community colleges or by four-year colleges? Do you guys have a sense of that?
I think it was pioneered by four-year colleges. As a movement, the community colleges have taken on because they act more like a movement. But ASCU, Tristan, and we've been working with ASCU. This is really, for the regional 4 years, they need to do this, and Tristan was at one. But there are also good examples of regional 4 years like FIU, Georgia State,
That's right.
that have shown you can thrive economically and educationally and as a university by doing this work.
Yeah, and we've been working with the four-year schools too to create the sort of the other half of those transfer pathways. So when students in the community colleges go through the first 2 years of that transfer degree, it's important for them not to only know how that first 2 years looks, but what happens next. So if I go to this university over there, how will that next 60 credit hours look? And so all of that has been worked out and is all available for them to see.
So Shauna, the Student Success Center in Connecticut worked on transfer pathways and was, did some very successful work, kind of both, looking at transfer pathways, but then also being instrumental in making sure that the pathways were mapped once students actually got to 4 years. So it's not that the 2-year Student Success Centers don't have efficacy, but I think your question around if there was a counterpart for 4 years around kind of coherence and priorities, I think that is a great question.
We see the development of regional, some people call them ecosystems, I call them talent supply chains, but K-12, community college universities working with universities, working with the employers in their area. We're seeing this in Miami, Orlando, Phoenix. I would say Pierce College is an example of a local region doing, in a smaller region outside Tacoma doing that work locally because CAPSEE's shown that the sub-baccalaureates, high school's not enough, the sub-baccalaureates aren't enough. And we're also, I think, finding that purpose has a lot to do with completion. And so helping students explore these areas of study. The other thing, though, is Germans, we're Americans, and there will continue to be lots of flexibility. And my goal is not to get students on the strict path, but actually get to students to a point where they feel that they're good at something, they've passed those gatekeeper courses, and they start to network with a professor who can network them with people inviting internships. So after that, all these fields are changing. They're so fluid, but you still need to get on that path to succeed. And most of the students who Regents colleges and community colleges serve don't have that outside social capital to help guide them through they don't have the networks.
No, that's right. But it is, I think, really good to do it as, I think there is advantage in doing it as an ecosystem, doing this work as an ecosystem, just because otherwise you really do get problems of, let's say you have two universities out there. I mean, the math is a really good example here that, so a student aspires to transfer in, I don't know, you pick your major. Well, university over here says they have to do college algebra. University over here says you have to do statistics. Okay, so which one do you do? And all of the problems that are confounded in that way. So having this work happen as a large-scale ecosystem, recognizing the fact that this is the way in which student life in higher education really functions now, there's advantage to doing that. And it can be done. It can be done.
But the student success centers and the state agencies like Tristan can really, they can encourage a sort of statewide framework, but the work's done in local regions.
Agreed.
I think we have a question over here.
Aaron Parker, I'm at the Smithsonian. So as a federal employer on the industry side, within this pathway framework, I was wondering, we certainly have, in the federal system, a traditional way of not connecting or connecting with the education system, but in your experience, if you were to have the federal sector in a sit-down meeting, what specific touch points or what role do you see ideally the industry playing within this pathway system?
I didn't know you guys were hiring. That's good.
Despite popular belief, the federal system is still hiring.
I can talk a little about what we've been doing in Tennessee. So we have actually been working with what we call skills panels. We began this in three areas, in healthcare, in advanced manufacturing, and in computer information technology. And it was really about sitting down with a large group of prominent employers in the state and talking through exactly where are the perceived gaps, and actually how many of those gaps really are gaps and how many of them are actually just simply perceived gaps. And it was often the case that we discovered that we used different vocabulary to talk about the same thing. And there were all kinds of ways in which simply by having that conversation, we really could make those pathways actually run directly into that industry, as opposed to sort of going somewhere over here and then expecting the students to sort of find their way back over to the industry that they were aiming for. So that's the work that we've been doing. It's clearly a work in progress, but it's already showing some success.
I mean, I just want to say there are some examples of really good work that's going on that really does look at, like you mentioned, employment. So I know JFF is supporting the Pathways to Prosperity work, to where you're starting pathways in K through 12, kind of dual enrollment. You go through the college, and then there's an employer engagement component where employers are engaged. So you're not just completing and just kind of going out in the ether. You're completing and going into a real job, and that employer has been working with the community college system to essentially construct the pathway. And so I think a federal role, like support for innovation and innovative models, I think would continue to be helpful.
I live in Chicago. The biggest employer is the federal government, followed by the Chicago Public Schools, followed by the City of Chicago, followed by Walgreens. So I think federal agencies, they don't like to advertise employment, I guess, these days, but I think they could play a much more proactive role, but probably regionally and at the state level through these kind of skills panels. Washington State, you talked to Jan Yoshawara about skills panels in Washington State, and I'm not sure if the federal agencies, I suspect they have been involved, but.
Okay, we have time for just one more question before Tom's going to come up here and sort of close us out. Here you go.
I'm going to follow up a little bit on that point. Kent Phillips, the American Association of Community Colleges. A lot of this self-selection is a supply side piece of it, and students are selecting where they go. How do you connect that with the demand side so it's not just aligning the pathway so they're well aligned with what business industry needs, but that the supply of students going through are selecting the programs which is demand, particularly community colleges which are locally based. Is there any work on aligning that supply and demand side with the pathways?
I agree that it's a real problem. So, one of the things you can imagine when we began this conversation about computer information technology with the skills panels, they pointed out the fact that there was actually a significant, they had something like 400 or 500 vacant jobs in the state, in Nashville alone, in computer information technology. And we're shocked to discover that in none of my schools did we turn away anybody who ever wanted to study programming or anything in computer. Nursing was a selective discipline. But as far as anybody who wants to study anything in computer industry, they can sign up and choose that as a major anytime that they like. And so there really is this difficulty about the fact that, there's a sense in which we want to try to help many more of those students successfully get through that pipe, but they actually also have to get on the pipe as well. And maybe that's a mixed metaphor, but I think, and we talked a little bit about this already, the fact that a lot of it is just simply about information. We don't really well understand the way in which people go about choosing that discipline. It sort of seems as though it's sort of some combination of cognitive ease and compelling narrative. Right? It needs to be the case that you're not going to choose a program you've never heard of, right? And probably the more familiar it is, the more likely it is that you're going to try to choose that. And so that's the reason why everybody wants to be a doctor or a lawyer, but they've heard of all those things. So we need to do a better job of simply informing people of what possibilities exist And similarly, there needs to be a compelling narrative, right? You need to somehow, as a person, identify with how you could possibly be that. And so, it's not by chance that overwhelmingly you hear, when you say to somebody, well, why do you want to be that? They say, well, my cousin got sick and I saw how that nurse really helped them. I mean, there's some way in which they can somehow fit, you see what I mean? And a lot of the disciplines which we really have significant need for, neither of those two things exist. Either people have never heard of it, or they have no idea what it's actually like to do it. Yeah, exactly.
But just Kent, though, I think that it's almost like there's a presumption that that colleges actually are doing the supply and demand side well. So I think that there's also there's also a kind of increasing colleges' capacity to engage employers. I think that work needs to happen also. I question whether kind of advisors have the skill sets that they need to really be facile in kind of helping students understand what can be complex labor market information. So I think that there's work that has to happen there too.
It's double jeopardy, because not only have the students not heard of these, but advisors don't know what they are either.
So part of the mapping out of pathways that Pierce did was so illuminating, because it's the entire institution mapping out what jobs are related to those programs. And they've had those in discrete ways in particular programs, but they've never had it college-wide. And I'm optimistic, then this is one thing you guys are pushing, I think, greatly, and we got to have these, it can't just be, a path that's just an academic path.
That's right.
It really has to start with the end in mind and keep that conversation going, because the labor market's dynamic.
That's right. That's right.
That's true.
Excellent. All right, well, I think it's time for Tom to come on up. So let's thank our panelists.
All right, thank you. Just to end, I want to thank again Liz Carroll and Sarah Hughes for the work that they've done in organizing this. I think it's been a great conference, well run. Also thank the hotel staff. I want to thank Clive for organizing the conference content itself, and everybody else who helped out here. Thank you also for staying around. I know it's Friday afternoon, and it shows real commitment to this. And also, I was really delighted with the conversations that were taking place in the breakout groups. I thought that everybody was very engaged, so thank you for that. Yes, this is the end. We have a couple more months of CAPSEE, but this is basically the last set of activities. That's true. That's going to end. On the other hand, the kind of the various communications that we've had, the organizations that we've worked with, the connections that we've made, those are all going to continue. The issues that have been raised in this, we definitely will continue working on that. You can look, certainly our website's going to be up, not only the papers, but many of the presentations at this conference will also be available on that. So we really look forward to continue working with you, to continue working on these issues. We hope this has given you kind of an inspiration to continue the work that we're done and to pursue the questions that have come up. So thank you and travel well.